Good morning, good morning, good morning, one and all. Bayek, Bayek, Bayek. We are, and we are live. Morning, all. How the diddly devil are you? We'll say some quick good mornings. Morning, James. Morning, Gear. Morning, Zola. And morning to Twitch followers as well, because we've got one on there, and we've got some more in YouTube as well. Morning, Prodika, Prodika Tati. Morning, Dave. Pugwash. Good morning, one and all. It is too warm, far too warm. I was looking at the temperatures this morning, and oh, look at that. My internet cannot connect, so I don't know how warm it is. I am already at, bearing in mind I'm sat in my little office there, 32.5 degrees. And it's only going to get up. I think, what did it peak at yesterday? 36 and a bit yesterday it peaked at. So we are going to be, we're going to be a bit toasty today. E-bagum. E-bagum. Can you barely touch your bum? Well, a minute. Flick that. So, if anybody joined yesterday, we'll give you a rundown of where we are. We started and we worked on this one quite a lot yesterday, which was the one which is charging at 4 amps but not really working. It's doing everything apart from working. So we thought it might be a BIOS issue with the Samsung. So we took the chip off, read the BIOS. Unfortunately, nobody had a BIOS for it. So we reflashed it with the original BIOS, put it back in, still did exactly the same. So I got a very nice message off Lead Farmer last night, an absolute legend in the BIOS world. And he basically said, I've just caught your live stream. I've just caught your recording of your live stream. Send me BIOS file across and I'll get it amended. So what has he done? He's done exactly that. He sent me 4 BIOS files. He sent me version 9 and version 10. He's rewrote the ME region. He's rewrote. I don't fully understand it. I'm not going to pretend to understand it because he's just amazing. Just let me tell you what he has done. We'll do it on stream anyway, but he has I forgot to send that message to him last night. Damn. He's rewrote the sent me 4 versions. Oh, he's put all serial numbers back in. He's rewrote the NV RAM serials as well, and he's done a clean one, and he's done a clean ME bin as well. So I'm not too sure which one will work, and he's done a version 9 and a version 10, because he said something to do with version 10 was something to do with right. So what he says it is, when he got an error log up, and this was so, I mean, I don't understand this. It's brought an error log up on here. Let me see if I can show it on screen. Whether this means anything to anybody on the channel, it might do. It doesn't mean anything to me. Make sure there's nothing identifying on there. There is not, so we can show it. It's brought an error log up basically, which is this error log here. So what he did, he has rewritten that. It seems Samsung has a P09 while laptop has P010. So it could well be a failed Windows update which has triggered that. There was quite a few other things. And it says he's actually put it's likely to be the ME region likely which has caused the failure. And then he re-downloaded version 10 and did whatever he does with that. And did that. He's also put if NVRAM fails, try new serials with clean ME. So I think I do it in the order that he sent them. So that's the plan. We're going to be having an attempt at this one. I spoke to a customer at length last night. But if it does sort it, I think I'll drop Uncle Sorry a message and just say this is sorted it on mine. I've got another one which we'll try it on as well. So it might be one for that. That's if it is a Windows update, but it makes a bit of sense that it could be a Windows update. Because if they've gone just all of a sudden, and it has been some type of update which has updated wrong thing at wrong time and one's failed and one's gone through, could explain it. It's just a bit poor that it's breaking to such a degree that customers could be, forking out for a new laptop if it's not repairable. So yes, it's in the FIT Flash Image Tool. Why building? Is that what it is? Yeah. Sometimes you get an error, but it still builds the image, and something could be wrong. Right. If I didn't have aircon in the house, I'd have to live in my fridge. Do you know the way my belly's growing? I feel like I am living in fridge, in fairness. Every time I walk by the fridge, I've got to open it, which is really crazy because I can't go anywhere in the kitchen. So I actually walked at fridge. It's a destination at the moment rather than a journey. The only time I go away is when I go into the kitchen to the fridge. What makes matters worse, salt biscuits right in the cupboard and in fridge. Oh, it's like that. So we're going to have a go at that today. But, morning, Tom. Morning, Tom. But we can't do anything until I've done this, which is an old. I've had this ages. It is an old. I don't know if you can still buy them. Branded Raspberry Pi power adapters. So my 5-volt adapter, which is kicking around somewhere. Oh, it's all the way over here. For my USB hub is only kicking out 4.68 volts under load. So I think it's just because it's a cheap thing. So what I'm going to do is just basically swap ends over to that one, which is a bit more of a stable supply to power my hub, because I'm failing to write with my BIOS writing thing on there. So we do need to do that first. And then I did spend a bit of time this morning to see if I can get my OBS back up and running. I'm fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we have got things on there. Morning, Ryan. Thank you so much for the M2. No problem at all, Ryan. I am glad it is working for you, Ryan. And you're back up and running, because I think it's probably a speed and also capacity upgrade as well for you, Ryan. Did you clone it across, or did you do it? I know you said you were going to do a fresh install, didn't you? So yes, glad it's all working. I know it took a few days for it to arrive, but at least it's arrived, Ryan, and you are doing that. Oh. Tom, it is too warm. I was just saying on the stream, it got up to 36 degrees in this little office yesterday. So I'm not looking forward to it today, because today is even warmer, as we know in the UK. We're suffering this massive heat wave. So yeah, not good, not clever, or anything else like that. Let me just get a bit of stuff down that I will need. I need some shrink wrap. And we'll start doing this. Working perfectly, thank you. I've done a fresh install of Windows. Wonderful. A fresh install of Windows does work wonderful as well. Surprised how much crud Windows kind of just hangs around. Okay, so first things first is we're going to do this. Don't use this anymore. I ain't used it for years. I use this. I converted a Raspberry Pi into a Kodi box. Well, it was a RetroArch box to play emulated games and Kodi and everything else. Really, before Fire Sticks became, or Android boxes really became the prevalent one for most. So I did myself one of those, and that's what this is. It's a throwback from that. I think it was a Pi 2, something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, it was, because I had the Pi 1, which was just incredibly slow, and I moved on to Pi 2 because it was just so much better at the time. I mean, obviously, it's nothing compared to more modern stuff, but it is what it is. A bit of clear, like a bit of clear. This swapped over. My heat shrink is probably all shrunk. And cut that off. Cut off with plenty, in fairness, because don't need it. Warwickshire is roasting already. Just had a load of deliveries and collections, so I've assumed the couriers are working half day today. I know Amazon delivery were out late last night. and I was talking to, strange enough, UPS guy came yesterday, and 3 of them were in van, which I found a bit weird. Why there were 3 drivers, well, not 3 drivers, but 3 people in one UPS vehicle. So whether that was some ploy to say, well, we can try and get it done quicker with 3 people, I don't know, but yeah, I thought that was a little bit cute. Well, I collared him in fairness because doorbell went, and my office, the regular viewers will know, the front door's there, literally through this door here. The front door's there. It's 2 spaces. He rang the bell, and by the time I stood up from my chair and got there, he's outside the house. So I opened the door, and he's walking back round. I says, "Can I just ask what you're doing down there?" So I'm just trying to speed it up and going around there. I went, "Well, you didn't really give me a chance to open the door." "Yeah, but time is money." I went, "Well, I'd rather you not go skulking around back of my house, in fairness, because it irritates me a little bit. I know they've got to do it, but give me a chance to answer the blinking door." I said, "Rather you not go skulking around." "Well, you know, time's money." I said, "Well, we've wasted more time me questioning what you're doing than you've probably gained." I said, "So yeah, it's what it is." And I wouldn't mind. I get a lot of deliveries, as regular viewers will know, but I just thought, cranky, because we've had some questionable Amazon delivery drivers, haven't we, over the years? Over the years or years, I'm not too sure which one that is. One of them. Put my heat shrink. What will that go down there? I can't even see now. My eyes testing. Specsavers aren't doing the job anymore. This is only just so I can use my thingy bobble, whatchamacallit, USB hub, because at the moment it's not working. Voltage is coming as 4.68 volts. I'm hoping once I've done this, it will be considerably better. E.g. work. So good news is it's going to rain on Sunday. We've got tomorrow 23-degree temperature with a 72% chance of, well, I said perspiration, but clearly there's more than a 72% chance of perspiration. Yeah, that one I can't say. Rain, basically. I don't know, I'm going to sleep after tonight's night shift. Oh no, Zola. I have to sleep with ice packs on my head. I had aircon on in the bedroom all last night. It could be training, Tom, as well. Could be training for that one. Sorry, I skipped the 3 messages I'm reading. Morning, Steve. Morning. I recommend AliExpress Wago connectors. Perfect for jobs like this. Are they tiny? Or are they like a normal 240 volt Wago? Because a 240 volt Wago might just be a little bit big for what I'm hoping to achieve. Saying it's only 5 volts, this, so it's never going to be. Don't need that. I need some more soldering iron tips. These just don't old solder at all. They just don't old solder. But because I've got wrong tip. Stop beeping at me, you darn thing. Yes. Lay one back up. Oh. Morning, Arachnoid. Shrink seals. Are they the ones which melt the solder at the same time? Morning, Slimy. Farm Tech. We're getting heat wave tomorrow and can already smell beast fish and chips. Best fish and chips, best fish and chips. Low temp solder with shrink. I have seen some of those on AliExpress. Jelly crimps, also good. Never even heard of jelly crimps. Is that something you get when you're a toddler and you've eaten too much ice cream and jelly? I've got a bad case of jelly crimps. You never believe it. It was that jelly crimp out the other night. The ones I use probably an inch long, a bit bulky. Need to change back to the old cable. It's 10 seconds. Yeah. I have been tempted with That's better. I've got my screen back up and running, hence why I'm looking at chat in front of my face rather than to the side. Again, that was a power issue, which is what highlighted this. The screen went off because it weren't receiving 5 volts, it was receiving 4.81 or something, 86 or something, 69 or something, I don't know, it was low. And I just thought, I bet the little adapter just hadn't got the oomph any longer to do the job. I mean, it never goes when I'm halfway through just doing my accounts or something like that, which, you know, I think, oh, well, you know, I'd love to stop doing that. I hate doing my accounts. And I could just move on to something else. No, it goes when you're in the middle of a stream, doesn't it? Will I be able to get this heat shrink over there? Probably not. Let's snip a little bit off. This is where I snip too much off and it falls to pieces. Yep, there we go. Who saw that coming? Who saw that coming? Oh, donkey. PCDD, you little shit. I think only pulled or maybe aftermarket. Ah, can you get fingerprint readers as parts? I haven't even looked at that. I'm hoping. What I'm hoping is, if it is a BIOS issue, it might be trying to read the fingerprint reader for security or something like that. So I'm hoping that it's got solder on my nose. How did I get solder on my nose? I'm hoping it might be related to the same thing. That when we do the ME region, what Arnold's kindly sorted for me, Lead Farmer sorted for me, that it'll rectify it. It's better. Oh, did he? Right, I didn't see that bit. Sorry, I didn't see your message, James. Sorry, I weren't looking up. I am hoping it's not like an iPhone where you can't, you know, where you've got to reprogram the fingerprint reader. I'm hoping it's not as awkward as that one. But until we've done the BIOS flash, I really won't have a clue. So, yeah. I'm going to shrunk the end of that. That's better. Can't even get this over. I'm going to give this up as a bad job. I shrunk the end of the tube and it won't slip over now. Right, I'm going to give that one up as a bad job and just stick that piece over anyway. And that'll hold them all together. I say with no confidence. Get my fire out. Fire. Use jelly crimps. Have they actually got the waterproofing connector stuff in it as well? Interlace the strands. Yeah, it's. I would normally twist them around, but I'm just trying to bodge it. If I'm being honest, we all know I'm not doing it properly. Give that a bit of heat to seal it, and that should be done. It's only going to be a quick one to just get me back up and running. Just make sure we've got the correct voltage. I've actually got my multimeter back on screen as well. Don't know how long it'll last. It's renamed all my whatchamacallits as well, comports, so I don't know what comports what. There we go, 5 point something volts, and it's not showing. 5.1 volt. So that's good for me. Plug this back in and plug that into my multi-adapter. Don't need all this cable actually because it's only a little bit away. Done. Hopefully when that comes on, wonderful. Wonderful. My adapter's now gone off completely. Well, the cameras are still working. Why is it when I plug that in? Oh, my dog's barking. Maddie, there's nobody there. Dog's barking at nothing. Wonderful. The adapter's now, when I plug it in, it goes off altogether. Was that negative to positive, positive? I'll tell you what, yeah. I'm going to have to rewire that because it's wrong way around. Yeah, it reads -5 and I just saw that. I looked at it and I thought, yeah, so I'll redo that. So that's your first lesson for today. That's Thursday morning lesson done. Make sure when you wire it the right way, because there's no point wiring it the wrong way. I went stripy to stripy, non-stripy to non-stripy. So I went like that. We've got stripy and we've got stripy. Stripy to stripy. Should have been fine. Was it fine? No. We'll try it again. Yes, again. We'll give this a shot. Like I said on numerous occasions, please don't take what I do as the right way of doing it, as I keep proving time and time again. It is not. I think it's one of these, you know, when it's such a simple job, you just rush through it. And I clearly didn't look what I was doing. I had a feeling that was going to happen. You know me far too well, Tom. Right, let me plug this in and just make sure that the thing isn't reading the wrong one. Where's my other lead gone? Oh, that's better. So I did have that bit right. So we have typical Chinese here. Stripy is inner. Black is outer. Stripy is negative. That's positive. So that's why I got the wiring correct. It's just they'd wired that wrong. Here's what I made earlier. So it wasn't solely all down to me, that. It was down to I'm gonna say it was down to them for doing it wrong. That's where I'm hiding on this one. Nowhere else. Solely down to design. Yeah. My channel, my ball. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you all saw that. Clearly down to that. So what that should mean is I need to cross these over. Wonderful. But before I solder, I will test the voltage. Plug that back in. Voltage DC. There you go, 5 volts now. So yeah, we had to cross them over. Why didn't we think of that in first place? Why didn't we just think, well, we need to cross them over? Way to go, China. Yeah, exactly. Me thinking it was me who was stupid all the way along, and it wasn't. Well, it could have been. Put a little bit of flux on just to help it flow so we're not melting anything. Let me iron to start. Well, crazy enough, both parts are made in China anyway, so who do you blame? Done. Quickly put a piece on that one. Done. Oh. Might be tinned alley too, yeah. Yeah, it probably won't be the highest quality materials, will it? I'll put my fire back. My fire. Ouch. Done, done, done. We will double check just before I do plug it in to make sure we are now correct. Yeah, 5.18 volts. Wonderful. Ah, we have power. Now, I need to see whether my thermal camera is working, because that won't work either with the low voltage. Oops, that's Streamlabs. Don't need that. Device is ready. Oh, yes. P1 is set up and ready to go. Yes. Carthor's here. Oh, by the way, I think I have got all my commands working. I'm not gonna guarantee it, but my camera's still not working. Oh dear. And it says it's all set up and working, but clearly it's not. Yes. Temp master. Yeah, for whatever reason, my P1 is still not working. But the least of my worries is that. Oh, I need a dolphin one, don't I? I do need a dolphin one. Morning, Carthor. I definitely need a dolphin one. Right, so we've now got that working, and we should be able to run the BIOS programmer now on my hub again. Now I'll give it some voltage. Need a drink. Oh, got nowhere to put my cup. Get back to matters at hand. So we need to set the BIOS chip off. We did yesterday. Make sure my microscopal is coming up. Which is that one there? Wow. Woohoo, look at this. Like I know what I'm doing. Clean a bit of that. Can you remember the conversation we had yesterday with the customer saying, no, you better charge me because you've done 4 things for me and never charged me in the past? And she was insisting. And it was the one with the brightness on the screen which had been turned down. She came to pick up last night. And I know everyone was going, oh, easy Pete's and everything else. And I never felt real comfortable about charging because I turned brightness up into as you all saw. So when she came to pick up, I said to her, I said, look, there's no charge. Oh no, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. She says, oh no, I said, I think we're £20. Sorry. So I'm not having that. She says, what have you done? I said, well, in fairness, it was your brightness which were turned down. She said, well, you quoted me 40, sorry. I went, sorry, I'm just trying to multitasking. I can't, there we go. She says, I'm not having that. She says, you've never charged me for the last few. She says, I'm not paying you £40. I says, it's not a problem. I'm not asking for that. Take it away with you. She went, here's £60. She says, I won't give you anything less than that. I went, what? She went, I said, you sure? She went, yeah. She says, I always come to you. She says, you've never charged me for the last few bits, 4 times you've been. She says, I think it's least I can do. Give me £60 for turning brightness up on the screen. Which I think is nice. It's not all customers are like that. But I did feel a little bit guilty afterwards because of it. But I suppose, didn't win long run. She's had 5 repairs for 60 quid on a computer. It's not a case of what you do, it's knowing how to do it. I think sometimes, I'm not saying that was easy or hard, but what it is. It is a good customer. I think customers, when they're fair with you, I don't mind it. And there are quite a lot of customers I don't charge anywhere near what time I spend on the machine. And some customers you get and you just think, ugh, I wish I could do more for you. Some, no matter what you do, is never enough, and they'll always find an issue. But yeah, they understand and remember. Yeah, people like that. That's the thing with it. Exclamation Dirk. Don't feel guilty. She wants to pay for your time and expertise. How long would it take? Yeah, I think that's the thing, Tom. I sometimes say to people, look, this is diagnostic charge. If it takes me 10 minutes, you're going to feel guilty. You're going to feel awful for when I tell you it took me 10 minutes to do that, and I'm charging you this. I said, but do you know if I spend 6-7 hours on it and you pay that, you'll think you've had a win. I said, so it's the unfortunate thing. It's the risk you take on kind of day one. Let's hope it's a 10-minute fix because I fixed it. But if it takes me 6 hours and I can't fix it, I've still spent the time trying to do it. Yeah, previous task matter. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I mean, you look at this one as well. Time I spent on it yesterday, time I've spent on it today. This still might be a no fix. Still don't know whether this has done it. There's no way if I was my normal busy self that I could spend so much time on here as I am doing now. One of the reasons I'm spending a lot more time on it is because I've not got as much on, and I just like sitting in the hot temperatures and cooking whilst I'm soldering, whilst I've got a hot air gun on. Clearly, just prop this screen slightly, just to give it a bit of an air gap between the parts, and then we'll get that on. So we'll pop this chip off. We'll rewrite the chip, and we will see where it goes to from there. So we're using 390, 24% air. Keep catching me button. Turn it off, turn it back on. We'll see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get it off. Try to do it today without burning myself. Good customer relation pays out on that. Yeah. I have dealt with her for a lot of years. She's a solicitor as well. Retired now, but I have dealt with her for a lot of years. Need some better tweezers than that. They're not gonna. Oh. Yep, clean enough pull. Get that put to one side. Now I'm just going to open Discord and download the files that Lead Farmer has kindly sent me. We'll get all these in a folder. You might get a bit of wind noise because I'm sat right next to my fan. I have got a fan in here, but it's right at the other end of the office. Minimize, close, downloads. I'll get this on big screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cut. I'm all in one folder called Samsung. Paste. Let's get my Xprog. How does anybody use Windows 11? Okay. So we'll get that rigged up. So I'll put that over to that screen and change PC screen to that one. At least I can see what we are doing as well. I'll program around. And that's an 85. Where's it over? Yep, 8x6. So we're going to use our T48 and we're going to use our little programmer here to do this. £60 is pocket change for us. Yeah, it is. Well, she's a retired solicitor now, but even so, I know my solicitor charges £480 an hour. £480 an hour. I mean, just let that sink in. No matter what you think, £480 is a darn lot of money. Can't see which way is what on there. I mean, it's crazy amounts of money. You know, we've got a dot right at bottom down there. Really dirty fingernails. I don't know why, because I've been working this morning in the back garden. Actually, yeah, that'll be why. So we need to put pin 1 into pin 1. Pin 1's denoted by that. And pin 1 is denoted by the little dot on there. You can see just bottom left-hand corner at chip. So we'll put 1 in there. And it sits down. Close that up. And we're done. We will insert this into our chip programmer. So if we look on here, we've got a picture. If we look on there, we've got the same picture. Put that in there, close it down. That's your chip in. Good script to customize your wins. Is that once it's installed, that, James? Because at the moment I'm struggling. This one reason I've not moved to Windows 11 because I find it absolutely appalling to use. I just do not like it at all. And I did look at a registry hack and do a registry hack just to get me right context menu back up where it needs to be. So we've put the chip in there. We've plugged it into the machine, and we should be able to see on here now 5.3 volts. That was at 4.69, I think it was. Yeah, when I normally use, the problem what it was, Zola, cut a long story short, I was trying to do a laptop last week, a Surface Pro, and it was causing nightmares to install Windows 11 on it. So I downloaded off Microsoft's website the Surface Pro Windows 11 ISO maker. I run it and it converted my machine to Windows 11 Pro, and I couldn't stop it. Once I clicked yes, I could not stop it at all. I would have still been on Windows 10. So I'm now stuck on Windows 11 unless I reinstall it. But my plan is when I reinstall it, I will install it from scratch. Right, so we'll go to auto. We'll go detect chip, and it says it can't find a chip. Wonderful. Oh wait, then my little chip holder has come up. My little clip hasn't clipped down properly. Let me just open that back up. Better. Right, let's plug back in. We're back in now. We'll now go to auto and detect. Voila. And that'll do. So we'll select that one. We'll do a read and we'll back it up. So we only want flash. We'll do a read. I'm going to read back this up from yesterday. So we're going to end up with 2 copies of this. One what we did yesterday and obviously today's. Right, that's the nice reassuring beep that it's done. We'll save that. We'll give it a load at once after it. We'll go to the flash. We'll do, we'll just put it on my desktop. And we'll do save. Save. Right, so the files that Arnold has sent are these. So what he said is to do it in this order. So we need to do the version P09 new VRAM with serials. So version 9 new clean ME, new clean ME, that one. So that one's going to be the first one that we do. Oops. So we'll do load, browse, and then we'll do, no, not documents, downloads, Samsung, version P09 new serials, that one there. Yeah. So do that one. We want flash only, okay. And then we'll do program. Wonderful. Right, so we've got to try this one to see if this works. If this doesn't work after we've done it on, we'll have to chip back off, try the clean one, and that. Oh, that's after installed, is it, James? Let me just scrub to there. I took a picture of that. Thank you, James. Oh, yeah, fingers crossed. It is a slow process, but it is quite a big 32 megabyte chip this, so it is a lot slower than the previous ones, but at least it's doing it. So hopefully, once this is back on, we'll prep the pads a little bit because we're still using original solder. So I'll bang some leaded solder on there, just make it a little bit lower temp, and then we'll see where we go. And I'll just hopefully get it to do something other than the kind of boot cycle it was going in. While that's flashing, gents, I'm just going to fill my glass up with water in 2 minutes. Oh, dear me. Right, I am back. Where's the microphone? Put the microphone back on. We have, and that's done that. Wonderful. Let me respond to this other customer because they're on the way down. So we've just got somebody else coming in a bit. So click back. We'll go back to that screen there. And we will just minimize that for 2 ticks. It's better. Minimize and get back onto there. Take that out. Take our little chip holder out as well. I don't know ever. Well, I know how I survived without that. I used to use soldered in ones, and they were okay, but you had to heat stress the chip several times to do it. Which is never a good thing. Ooh, you just released a VOD. 9:30, yeah. I've got them. The members' videos are coming out 9:30 every morning until Saturday. Saturday being the last one. There should have been a Sunday and a Monday one as well, but 2 of the videos I didn't. Well, I didn't do one of them, which was about this. Which was about this Pogo pin reader. So that was going to be an in-depth one for BIOS programming with that. But no, not that one. That one. But I can't get it to successfully read the chips. But it turns out that they don't successfully read all chips when they're on the board anyway. So it would have been a very short video of me going, well, I can't do anything with it. It's useless. I did strip it down and everything on video, check out continuity at wires and everything else. But I just thought, well, it was supposed to be a review video. And review video would have been, it didn't work, don't buy it. So it wouldn't have been a really exciting one. And the other one, which was the in-depth review of the offline M2 cloner, would didn't have any audio, as you know. So yeah. I'm just eating my breakfast as well now. Ooh. Check a bit of leaded solder on here just to lower the overall temperature of the solder, because if I am doing this several times, I would like it to be as quick and easy as possible. Lights. For some reason my soldering iron defaults to 450 degrees every time I use it. I don't know why. Just take that little bit of a blob off there. Could squeeze it out, but whilst I've got the soldering iron in my hand and I can't find my braid wick. Don't know when braid wick is, so we'll use solder sucker. It's quite because it is a big blob. They're nice and flat now. Oh, Supersonic Corn Dog. I love that name, Supersonic Corn Dog. Love that one. Is there a reason for that name, or is it just the name that you thought, oh, that sounds good? Yeah, I think Graham uses one, Adamantium PCs. And Uncle Sovereign, amongst other people. And I was talking to Arnold about them, I think on stream. And I thought, well, I'll grab one with the amount of bio stuff that I'm doing. And
PCDD, you little shit.
Morning, Andy. Back from school run. In your 21-degree bedroom. How lovely is that? I set my aircon last night to 19 degrees in my bedroom. It was glorious. Yeah, I tried it with that one as well. It was really weird, James, because you actually get on the pins eventually, and it knows there's a chip there, and then it says you've got chip upside down, and no matter which way you spin it round, it doesn't work. So I even checked wire to wire for continuity, and I even checked the correct wiring for pins as well, and it just would not do it at all. So it was more annoying than anything else. PCDD and bias, I guess. Yep, you're right on that one, Chris. So I like fly fighter jets in sim. You like to, oh wow, have you got a proper cockpit? I made a joke about corn dog with vapor cone photoshopped and a corn dog into a picture and F-16, and the rest is history. As it always is. I'm now called Dirt Diggler, dolphin trainer. We won't even say why. Have you got a proper flight cockpit? I've got a driving rig, because I like online racing. But I have been to a customer's, and they've converted a room about the same size as this into a full flight cockpit, and he sits here. So let's say he sits here, and then all above here, he's kind of built the cockpit out over him, and he's got all displays. He's got triple, quadruple monitors, whatever here. He's got, you name it, he's got it, and he's bought a lot of not memorabilia, but unworking equipment as well, and put it in there, so it looks so realistic. And I said to him, I said, what do you do? He says, oh well, there's a group of them, they'll all meet online. He doesn't do, I don't know if it's the same as you, but he'll do the flight sim, and he'll be on it 6 to 8 hours, and they'll do a full flight. And whatnot. I went, doesn't it get a bit boring when you just put autopilot on when you're over Atlantic? He went, no, we have a chat, we do this, we do that, and they'll do it all. It's like, what? Morning, Devil Repairs. I'm opening a corn dog can of worms with the controllers. Yeah. I have the full velocity setup. I have a 3D printed, but unfortunately don't have the scratch for the rest of the setup. It's so expensive. No, don't. It's we. Do you know what? I don't mind anybody coming in and hijacking stream, because I think, I can't remember who was on yesterday, and he apologised for coming in and say, "Oh, parent, to upset anyone." It's like, no. Do you know what? There's such an eclectic mix of people sat in chat. We all. That one there doesn't seem to be. There you go. If you come in and chat, you come in and chat. It's irrelevant what you chat about, as long as you're respectful, obviously. I thought that was soldered down, and clearly it wasn't. So let's just get that. It is now. Wonderful. Soldered down onto the wrong bit altogether. Ouch. I don't know how people do this, when they start. Right, we'll just let that cool a second, then we'll give this a push down with my bent tweezers. Yeah, knocked it off its axis there, hasn't I? anyone was wondering, I'm not the best solderer at all. And I don't pretend to be. Doesn't say on me bio, come here and learn soldering. I don't know, it says on my bio, in fairness. They're all connected badly, but they're all in the right place. Let's give that a push down. Bit better. Oh, Corn Dog, thank you very much for your super chat. Thank you so much. I didn't see that. I was concentrating on what I was doing. Do apologise for missing that one out. Have I not got volume on super chats? Have I not got volume? Thank you very much for that. Didn't need to, but very much appreciated. Thank you. Nibabs, I'm starting to think none of us sleep, none of us do sleep. Definitely none of us sleep. I don't feel like I sleep at the moment. We need text to speech on the donos. That would have sounded cool. It would have done. Corn Dag. I don't even know how to do. Can I put a thumbs up on that? Yeah, I can put a thumbs up. Thank you very much. My phone's ringing. Just let me. Oh no, it was ringing. It's not ringing now. Missed call. I still need to set up bots. I've got bots set up, but yeah, I just don't know how to do it. Jeez, man, don't apologise for focusing on your job. Morning, Sparta. How's the weather in Portugal today? Good stream yesterday, Babs. How dare you? Can't believe how wham it is. Let me just check that is what it is. And make sure we all are connected. Yeah, they're not amazing, but they're connected into right places. I think I've got my customer outside, or I've got somebody outside wanting to come in a minute, so I might just need to break to just grab it off them. Now that he's pushing up, doesn't it? That's piddled. It needs to go into the right a little. Come on, you darn thing, heat up. Awfully close to that cap there. That's better. I should have done it now. And what does the great man say? Chip is soldered. Oh, you can't see. Oh, you've just missed the best one ever there, Andy, as well. Yeah, we're all connected now. Nothing to see here, guys. Nothing to see here. I was supposed to be seeing something. It's I seen. If you put exclamation command, exclamation CMD, you should get a list of commands. I think it's exclamation CMD. That's if. There you go. Oh no. Yeah. I look at the back of the scope. Yeah. So as we've established, my StreamBot still isn't working. I'm connected on all 4 things as well. No idea. Don't even ask me why. It's connected. Anyway, we'll get this cleaned up. I'd love to say it's a Windows 11 issue what's caused all this, but I don't think it is, because it were doing this before I moved to Windows 11. I think it's just because I haven't reformatted my system in about 10 years. And it's the amount of stuff I do on it and things like that, it just don't like. Don't like doing a great deal. See if we can stuck that out a little bit. Get a fan. It should, yeah, it should be exclamation CMD, and they should bring a list.
PCDD, little shit.
James is right on that. That's the only command you need to know. To show exclamation scene should make the dog bark. To put that up there. Let's get this plugged in. That's the one. Oh no, seen as in, yeah, close, devil, close. Just to test, Andy's got it. Okay, so we're now pulling 0.49, which is a lot better than we were doing yesterday. So let's see if we've got the on and off button in. No. And I bet you any money it's still pulling. Yeah, it's doing the same as yesterday. Great minds. I was just about to type that. It is the English accent, Mancunian accent. Let's just see if it's still pulling 4 amps with the battery plugged in, because it was yesterday. I did have this on charge so much yesterday. And it goes through this power cycle. If you look, this might not switch on unless battery's in as well. It might be one of them silly ones. Let's bridge out the power button. Because we think that the fingerprint readers are fuddled. So we need that little dot there. Yeah, it's not doing anything at all. It is responding to that, but it's just, if you look at the current, it's caught in that same loop. Oh, and I bet we don't have anything on screen. We do have a screen plugged in. So now what Arnold did say is, if that doesn't work, try it with a clean image. But I'll just have to leave it a while till it rewrites its own ME region. Exclamation bacon. Oh, don't talk bacon, corn dog. Could murder. Bit of maple syrup, a bit of pancakes with bacon and maple syrup on. Oh, I could murder that a moment. Let's just get that back out. Get this chip off quickly, because I am starting to cook even hotter in here. 33.5 degrees at the moment. So a little bit cooler than it was yesterday at 36, and that's in office as well. Actually, where I'm sat. Right, so let me just move this back, because we were a bit close before. Certainly that's zoomed in far too much. Let's zoom out. That's the beast we're going for. So let's whip that back off. Whip, 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 whoop. Corn dog, what is it you fly online, by the way? Sorry, I got halfway through that conversation. What is it you fly online? Is it fighter jets or is it like commercial stuff? You know, like Boeings and so on, and Airbuses. 1860. Oh. No, Sparta. I didn't find a BIOS. Led Farmer messaged me last night after I finished on stream and just said it just basically caught the rerun of the stream, and I sent him the files and he's kindly rewritten. He's rewritten the regions for me. So he sent me 4 compatible ones through. Where's pin 1? Pin 1's there, and he suggested I try that one. I've just tried because that is basically a image with all the serial numbers and everything put in, and then he has said if that doesn't work, try the clean image that he sent me. So hence why we are just trying that. So I am also going to try. Remember when we were looking on bad caps yesterday, we found, and James found it as well, the NT599XED, and we've got an MP955XE. So we're going to try that as well. If that doesn't work, because hey, laptop's broke, we can't break it any more than it's broke. We can always flash back anyway. So that's the plan for that. So yeah, didn't manage to find one. PC. So auto detect. Need to turn it on. Work on. Let's turn it on. Auto detect. Yes, that one there will do. Select. Load. And we are putting. Right, so that's one we've just used, and I think he said in his message, if that didn't work, use. So try the NVRAM serials. It seems Samsung's P. Oh, I think it failed. Right, so not that. Try just the NVRAM. If that doesn't show video after 4 minutes on, then I send you a P10 new one. Strange. I thought P10. Right, so. Right, new serials clean ME is one he said is his fallback, which is that one there. P9 new serials clean ME. That's his kind of last ditched attempt at getting it right for us. So we need it on flash and that one, and then we need program. I think everything else is set correct, and program. So this will erase, and then it'll program, and then it'll validate. Diddle diddle, yeah. Want to be ninja? Ninja. No, monkey. That was a 70s program, weren't it? Well, between F22, F35, A320s. I know what one of them is. I know what F22 is. I don't know what an F35 is. And Cessnas. Pretty much everything. Wow. Let it sit for 5 minutes at least when reprogrammed. Yeah, I'm gonna with the new clean ME and everything else. It's gonna have to sit. Just to make sure it's got a chance to reprogram itself and anything else. Now there is 2 BIOS chips on here, but the other BIOS chip, which is the older style BIOS chips on here, looks to program maybe the Thunderbolt port or something like that. because it's on the daughter board. So I don't think that's going to have anything to do with it, unless there's any serials or anything like that which is mismatching it again for things like the fingerprint reader or something like that, a bit like iPhones, where you can't change it without reprogramming the fingerprint reader. Who knows? Who knows? So the one which is coming in is a hinge repair. We did the hinge repair 2 weeks ago, and she texted me last night and said other hinges now failed, which I told her at the time. I said, look, that one's really weak. Oh no, we won't get that done. I said, okay. But I can see it probably going. I'd advise getting it done. No, we'll leave it. Anyway, 2 weeks later, it's gone. So they're bringing it back for that. So that is now successful. So let's get back on here. We'll unplug and get this out. And we'll get our little chip taken out. That away so I don't break it or lose it. Go down the tortuous task of trying to get the can't do it that way, so it's going to be that way. See if I can get it any other way without it resting on the screen. I can't. It's not like the amount of warmth that you've got to get into it to do that. That's why I'm just putting a bit of a thing in here to lift it a little bit, just give it a bit of an air gap. Right, the customer with the screen with the hinge has just arrived. Right, just let me grab the door, guys. 2 seconds.
PCDD, you little shit. Yeah, got a little
Sorry, guys. Oh, we're putting this chip back on, aren't we? Oh. She did bring something else, that lady, which was, you might have seen, like a tablet sort of thing. And all it basically does is light up, and you just kind of press buttons on it for a child. And there's a big circuit board at the back, probably 10 inches square, 25 centimeters square. And there's what looks like a Pico or something like that, which had been soldered onto it, and it's been thrown that hard. It's actually dislodged the Pico itself, and that's floating around in the back. So yeah, I ship it. Is that British man, male man? I'm American. What was that? That's not a British mailman, no. We call them posties, postmen, but posties. Which is the wrong term, actually, because that's what you do to a letter, isn't it? That's what you do to mail. You post it, so we call them a postman rather than a mailman who carries the mail. So yeah, a bit of a wrong term, actually, there. Anyway, let's get down to this. Oh, I got onto that. I do digress. Well, I talk crap as well, but there we go. We won't mention that. Where'd I put that BIOS chip? Hiding under there. It's gonna somewhere on there, like so. Bit better. Get some hot air. Dab the fluxation just to get it flowing. Hopefully this will just do the magic move. I think it's the ground pads underneath, you know, what's doing it. Right, that's in situ. I just need to push it down. Postman, not PC. No, do you know what I don't get? And please explain this to me. Is why you can't call actresses actresses. You've got to call them actors. I don't know why we're doing that, calling them that. I'm sure there is a logical reason why, or there is a something or other why. Yeah, I always thought you had a gender specific term for it, but I'm probably a bit of a dinosaur. Yeah, they're all good. They're all good too. A lot better than last time. Yeah, I can do it. Yep, give that a clean. Oh, yeah, I don't get that either. It's, dude, I need to know the magic is in that hot egg. I don't think there's much magic in my hot air gun. It's more luck than judgment, I tell you. More luck than judgment. He was one of my little favourite whites. And give that a Oh, using 2 there. Can't be doing that. They're expensive. These are £4 for 2,000 of them. I do still like these wipes. A lot better than them Kimtech tissues that I was using before. Does that look okay? I think we can all agree that that is a masterful. Yeah, even Alex would be proud of that. Better than factory. Look at that. And I'm not even using the Northridge Fix Flux. That could be a tongue twister. Northridge. Now, see, I can't do it again. Lost it now, and Northridge Fix Flux. Let's get some cold air blowing on here. 2 of these, so we'll get a couple of them blowing on. Let's see if I can get a bit of coldness into that board before we do anything else. Going to bankrupt me. What is it you're buying from AliExpress? I do like a bit of AliExpress. It's weird to me that word can have male and female forms. Which one's that? Well, that's what would be grammar. He, she, it, etc. Yeah. Sunshine City. That's Nike. Is it Nike or Nike? I could really ask a contentious question here, like, do we think we've gone too far as a society in the world that we specify non-gender specific titles now, like post person or milk person, as opposed to we used to call them milkmen and postman or whatever? Because I would have thought calling somebody an actor rather than an actress would take away from their gender specific title. I don't know. Where do we go to say, well, that's female or male? I don't understand it all, and I don't profess to. Yeah, I think it went too far when somebody went too far. There's a TV personality, I suppose you'd call him, very outspoken. I don't actually agree with a lot of stuff he says, but he was interviewing a woman's rights advocate or something. I don't know, a non-gender specific advocate. I mean, can you still, if everyone's non-gender specific, can you still have a misogynist and a feminist? I don't know, because I don't know, anyway. And he says, well, if you've got the right, if I've got to respect your right to be called a whatever it was, I can't remember. Shouldn't you respect my right that I want to be a gay lesbian lampshade from Norway? And it's like, well, my view is, do you know, if you want to respect my rights, or you want me to respect your rights, you've got to respect my rights. But unfortunately, the people who want their rights respecting don't want to respect other people's generally when it doesn't fit their narrative. But isn't that what a lot of wars are about? We're not getting into that at all. Anyway, we're going to plug in. we are quickly sidestepping that issue, and I'm going to plug the battery in as well. Now, this might take a long time because it has to now reprogram the whatchamacallit. Just bring my thing up on screen. There we go. It needs to reprogram the ME region. So as we can see, we are getting quite a bit of yes, and I identify as 6337. Yeah, slightly a bit more tinny than leady. It makes you wonder where it's going to be in 10 years' time, doesn't it? Where the next generation has come through and they are having their say. because it's probably a generational thing, this as well, where you know, there's more rights for different demographics. I mean, you wind it back to 30s or 40s and whatnot. You'll have to excuse my ignorance on this. I'm not versed on it, but feminism, when it was coming through for equal rights and everything else, you know, that was something else. But through entire world of as we know it, there's probably been some type of different prejudice and everything else against one type of person. It's farcical, you know. It's farcical. We're all ultimately, we've all got two legs, two arms, and we all breathe oxygen and got red blood. Irrelevant to your orientation or that, it's whether you're a decent person or not. I think should matter. Anyway, we're getting a bit philosophical there. I'm an idiot when it comes to all that, so don't take anything I say as judgment. I just take people as they come. Don't bother me in the slightest where they're from, colour of their skin, their sexual orientation, whether they want to be a man, a woman, a carrot, a donkey, or whatever else. If they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. We'll call each other according to our spirit animal. Well, would we do that? Because in that Navajo Indians who do that, not the horseshoe crabs. Is that the singing and dancing horseshoe crabs? Crab rave. I do. Yes, I do know what spirit animal you are, Tom. Yeah, just call everyone a little ship. Yeah. Crabs. Are we all just gonna have a number? You know, like George Orwell thought. I am not a number. Are we just all gonna have a new number? Yeah, there's definitely not any blue bloods around here. But do you know, in 10, 15 years, is there actually going to be anybody streaming on YouTube? You know, with AI, how is it's coming? Let's sidetrack that. But with AI coming like it's coming, are people just going to be? I know there's a lot of AI on YouTube already, but is it just going to be more prevalent, and you're not going to really be able to see? There's going to be somebody programming an AI to do what I'm trying to do here and interact with chat, and all chat's going to be AI as well. It's just what? I want my number to be. Oh, there's got to be some significance in that. I'm number 60V. Oh, he's quite high up on rankings there if you're 60. Your gun is digging into my hip. That's not my gun in my pocket. Is that off? Is that Naked Gun that's off? That's not the gun in my pocket, or something like that, isn't it? Leslie Nielsen, is it? Reason why I'm sat waiting is because this might need to reprogram itself, and we are sat at 1.8 amps. I can't really do a great deal until we can see it is trying to do things. So I am going to now open it and see if I can turn it on. Let me just plug the on and off button back in and grab my piece of very high quality sticky tape. Oh. Gosh, that is getting a bit warm. That power button. Let's see what we do. Power button on now. No. Nothing. Oh, whoa, there. We did have something. It's dropped down to. Ooh, we're just gonna have to leave it now just to see if it does anything else, because it might need to reprogram. So it's 3, 4, 5 minutes now. So we'll keep an eye on amp meter. It's certainly going into that power cycle again. I can never replace Dirt Degley. We never know how to handle those scammers. We live in an era of everyone thinks they'd be a hero, or yeah. Make blood sacrifices to the tech gods. I think we live in an era where everyone thinks their voice should be heard. And unfortunately, you cannot please all the people all the time, because when you try and please all the people all the time, you end up with too much disinformation and disillusion and just too much distraction. There's no clear goal. But on the other side of that, you can't have one person dictatorship, and it's trying to find that fine balance. But I do think we've watered down the beliefs in society far too much, trying to give every single avenue equal rights. It's just doesn't seem to be working. They need to come up with a better solution for it, and that's not ignoring it. It's coming up with a better solution. I certainly haven't got one. Maybe Bob Marley is what you end up with. Yeah, maybe. That's people. I'm not a big Bob Marley fan. The current draw is strange. It's not normal power cycling. No, I was just looking at that, James, as well. It's cycling training. It's like it's stuck in a loop, which is more or less what it was doing before. Oh god, it's getting so hot in here. This is virtually the same as what it was. Kind of, I'm up to 34 degrees in the office. I am cooking. You can let everyone hear you. It's called $2 super chat on Nano Fixed Streams. I don't know how to set. If anyone can tell me how to set voice to speech up, is it just a button I click? I don't know how to set that up. Yeah, power cycling. If we're just watching, because this is what I'm watching, and obviously several of you are. That's obviously with LDO and everything kicking in, because we've tested all these yesterday. We know PD controller's working because we've got 20 volts. We know EC chip's working because it's negotiating up and down. So we know brains are working. It's failing after it goes to some point. If we take the battery out, we won't get as big swing, but we still get the swing. So we've got the battery out. You'll turn into down under. You're not careful. Let's press and hold the power button. That power button is really, really, really hot. So me holding the power button is triggering it to do. Now, I suppose the only other question is, do we try the NT BIOS rather than the NP BIOS? We've got nothing to lose on this laptop at the moment, because I don't think, unless anybody can come up with another solution, I don't think there's any more that I can think of to try. It is pointing towards BIOS. Yeah, that's what you're right, Jasmine. BIOS, yeah, that's what it's pointing towards. So the other BIOS, we're on an MP955XED, which is the model. The only BIOS which I can find is an NT N55XED, because Samsung don't issue them. Yeah, I've got the backup of the original anyway. Do you know what I'd be more interested to see, Sparta, is whether it gives us any change of state, because the 3 BIOSes now we've put on here, and this is the crucial thing, have not given us a change of state. So we've not seen any different actions through all 3. So then does that say it's not BIOS? Because it's not getting as far as reading BIOS. But everything on here would say it's BIOS. So if we take a step back and say, well, if we think it's the BIOS and we've changed the BIOS, but it's still doing the same, is it not the BIOS? I've done thermal cam yesterday. I'll pop it back on just so we can see, because I know some people weren't on yesterday's stream. So we'll just get thermal cam on. Where's the thermal camera lead? The thermal camera is not really showing anything conclusive. Right, so thermal camera, if we look, the only things which are kind of heating up are, that's a screw, so that's a reflection, that's a reflection. There's just nothing at all. I know we're not pulling much current. Morning, worms. That just it's resetting continually. This is third or fourth bias we've tried on it. There's just no, they're reflections. That one down here, which is a tiny little thing, is again a screw. So they are reflections. I know it's really warm in this office, but there's just nothing at all. Reflections again. These are, that's a screw, that's a screw. They're just reflections. The only thing which, as I say, which is getting warm, which I'll flip over and show you in a second, which is the same thing as what Uncle Sorin had on his video. That's the power button with the fingerprint reader in. So we can see there's a heat signature there. And I must say that, I mean, that's against my skin temperature. You can see how hot it is because I'm probably, I don't know, 22, 23 degrees skin temperature at the moment. Let me put my temperatures on and we'll go to that one. No, that one. All. Yeah, there we go. So see if this will pull a temp up. 50 degrees. So I weren't too far off, were I? There you go. 50 degrees. That's the on and off button. Peak temperature 49, 48.9 degrees. So that is the thing. That's that. But there's nothing else on the board at all. The only other thing which gets hot when I plug the battery in and watch the ampage jump, but you would expect it to get hot when the ampage jumps, you will start seeing when it decides to do what it's doing. Come on, jump up, jump down. Ah, that's interesting. Battery's not going into charge state now. There we go, kicking in for battery charge. So you can see now MOSFET for battery charge is getting warm. That's the only thing. And then inductor next to it gets warm. And we will, if we put that on, we would see the macro lens on. We'll see current sense resistor, which is sitting there. That gets a bit toasty. Inductor and MOSFET. But there's nothing else. Nothing on board getting. I've just reconnected it, Sparta, just so that is, but it don't make any difference because even when I ground out the power button here, it grounds it to 0, and it does exactly the same as when power button's plugged in or not plugged in. But again, looking at it logically, we've got this course of action with 3 BIOSes now. So we had the original BIOS that we're doing this. We've got the amended one with the same serials, and we've got a very clean one with no serials or anything in. So we've got the same scenario. We've got no change of state. So if we work through it logically, if we've got no change of state through 3 different versions, is it not going to be the BIOS? Yeah, I've tried that one. Well, we thought it's that little pin there. If you remember, I don't know if you were on yesterday, but that little pin there, you see the little test pin just there. Just get my tweezers in, that one there. When we press the power button, that ground, that's 3.3. So when we press the power button, it goes to 0. So that must be the thing. And shorting that one out makes no difference at all. I mean, if you look at the ampage. All right. I'm pressing and holding that to the ground, so it's not even recognizing that. There you go. When I let go, it goes to that, but it's in that constant power cycle. Yeah, croupier. I'm wondering whether it is. It does the same thing with the battery disconnected, just not charging. So if we disconnect the battery now, I mean, at this stage, that is the middle one, Sparta. If we look at how this trace comes back, it goes basically into here, and then we'll watch that trace going back. It is that middle one there, which was the reset pin. If it was a dead, there's no shorts on EC chip because I checked that yesterday. And we've got the voltages, we've got S3, we've got S5. And crazy thing is, when we press the power button, it then generates the 3 and the 5 volt down here, which are on these. So that's why we know EC chip's working, because it's turning other circuits on. So unless there's a corruption within the EC chip, which I think Zola said, or Cartho, I can't remember which Zola, so we can't reprogram that. And as the corruption happened because the BIOS got corrupted and tried to reprogram the EC chip, and now it's corrupted the EC chip. Still no boot though. No. DC voltage. Red one. Multimeter, that one. So on here we have 3.3. One of these is 5. There you go. So we've got a 3.3 and a 5. So we're okay on those. We've got everything we need it to go to, and obviously CPU stage isn't coming on. We've got as main power rail here, so again that's working, but that is very much fluctuating. I mean, the other option, the other thing is, if it's a MOSFET what's gone, the reason why it's going through power cycle is because the MOSFET is weakened so much it can't give the correct oomph to actually push it over that line to fully start. Yeah, there's no, it's no RAM in it. It's soldered on RAM. It's on the other side of the board. I think that's what Arnold was basically saying. Zola's just said exactly the same as that. What he was saying, that the EC chip might have been corrupted from a bad BIOS. So I'm thinking it's that. Because what Arnold said was they run a. You'll have to excuse my knowledge on here, so I'm going to kind of repeat what he's put in his message to me. The EC chip had a P09 version on, but the BIOS had a P010, but that was corrupted. So it looks like Windows had tried to update it, got corrupted. So there was a mismatch basically between the systems. So he downloaded, sorry, the EC chip was reporting a P10, and the BIOS chip had a P09, but there was an error from the corruption. So he tried to inject, do whatever on the new P10 one, and it didn't work. He has sent me the P10 file, so we could always try the P10 file. But again, yeah, I've got a P10 version, which is a clean ME. Let's try the P10. If that doesn't work, we'll try the NT. If that doesn't work, we'll close it up and call it a day, and we can move on to something else. Is this yeah, it's fully connected. Fully connected up here. All up here. Try P10. Yeah. I don't think at this point we've got any. I'm just not convinced it's BIOS though, because we've got the same result from 3 different BIOSes now. I'd love it to be, because it's an easier fix, but I'm not convinced it is. Get this chip back off, and I put it on so well. Yep, nice clean pull. Get that to one side. Oh, get our little. I even packed the program away because I was convinced that we'd done it all right. Serves me right for being overconfident, that, doesn't it? I'm like Stez when he rebuilds things. 8x6. Got it in there. That one. Wonderful. PC. And let's do auto detect. Yes, that one will do. Oops, not that one. That one. Select. Let's load this P10 BIOS. I've got the original backed up, so I'm okay. Open. We just want flash that, and we'll do program. Right, so that's going to do that. Morning, cows. Thank you. PWM signal looks good. I've not had any oscilloscopes, anything on, so I've not looked at signals as such, but we've got everything what we need on voltage wise. Yes. Everything. Right, just while that's programming, because this takes about 30 seconds or to a minute, I'm just going to fill my glass of water up again. Are we done? We are nearly done. Thanks. Oh, we've just had a beep. I was going to reach out and we just had a beep. Let me do that, and we will turn off that, unplug, and we'll get this back on. I'm going to leave my. I'm taking it out. It's a bit easier to do, but I'm not going to put it away. Oh, dear me. Personally, say have to be in sync. If not, all manner of weird shizzle will happen. That's my thoughts. I would say same on that Zola as well. They need to be they need to be talking. They need to be in harmony. Otherwise, they just don't get along, do they? But one good thing, I'm getting practice at soldering. You know, every cloud and all that. My tweezer is stuck on the top. There you go. Give that a little drink of that. Poke it with a stick. It'd be more than a stick to poke it with. Give this a bit of a reflow with a little bit of fluxation. Cool a second, get another tweeze and hold that down because a couple of big beefy ground pounds on this one. Chip is soldered. Done. Oh. Give that a quick tootle off, get rid of the flux. Just check them connections are okay. Wasn't long ago you hadn't done any of this, and now tweezer's stuck there. Look at you. I know. I think that's some people tuning in. I've been streaming since, when did I start? October. Not amazing, but I think they're all on. Are they all on? Yeah, they're all on there. And let's just pull this side up. Oh, that side is not great. Let me just clean off so we can see a little bit better. They're all lopsided, but they're all joined, so at least it'll give us a connection. So we're all good on that. Nice, very nice. But we do need to cool it down because it's cooking. I'm going to just put you on mute a minute because I'm going to use quite a lot of air. Oh, there we go. Ooh, how my solar panels doing? Hey, Falcon, are you in chat? I know Falcon sometimes sits at the back. I was playing around with my EcoFlow app yesterday, and apparently you can change things on it to increase your overall wattage of your solar power generation. I didn't know if you were aware. Morning, Just Inspired Kent. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thanks for your headphones here. Yeah, I do try. It's even worse when I get the big industrial vacuum out to see that. So this is the version 10 that Arnold has kindly done for us. If this don't work, chip off once more and we'll do it. Do we do it with battery on or off, do you reckon? I'm going to leave power button on, mainly because it might do some type of check on the power button for security. e.g., let's say there's a security chip in there and it might be looking at that. So I'm going to leave the power button on, even though we know that that's maybe a little iffy. It might not reprogram right if I don't put battery in, so I think we've got to do battery. It's obviously EC chip talks to battery and it might not want to play ball without. So let's have a look. Let's plug in power. And let's bring the meter up. Not that one, that one. Right, so we're pulling 1.9 amps. Let's hope it doesn't go into the constant power spiral as it did before. So you can see nice trace graph. Looks better. It looks different, which I think is the important one. But look at the graph here. I will make this smaller. It looks different to what it was doing before. Because we can see here, we're getting a little bit of a power spike where it's trying to do something else. Switching, that's when it's trying to switch something on and then it fades away. I think if we carry on getting that little thing there, I think that's where it's failing. So again, we've got, even though it's quite straight, it's still moving a little bit, so it is doing other things. But this could just be battery charge voltage as well. Ooh, tried something then, didn't it? So we've got the same uptick curve here. So I think it's caught in the same boot loop. Let's just try flicking the power button. So 1, 2, 3, power button pressed. Now that's interesting because we've dropped down. We have got battery. Oh, sorry, Dave. Did I miss something there? Morning, all Twitch followers. Oh, yeah. Morning, Dave on Twitch. Are we just repeating exactly the same thing? So again, see this little bit here? It's like it's trying to do something like it was doing before and then cutting down and going off. I would expect to see these change. So either the time of length or height of them change, but we're not. We're pretty much static in what it's doing. So it means it's caught in the same loop. Again, we're just repeating the same process. I don't think that's doing anything different to what it was doing before. Let's just try the power button. 1, 2, 3, pressing now. Press and hold, press and hold, press and hold. Keeping holding. Keep it. I want to see if I can disrupt the pattern. I'm holding, I'm holding, I'm holding. Blocking, right? I am doing blocky. Yeah, that power button is getting hot. Yeah, I don't think it's doing anything different. We've got a slight difference here compared to what we had before. That seems longer, and we've got a slight dip there when I was holding it. Oh no, still see the same dip, but it is longer. So it's recognizing power button press. Let's try it without battery in. If not, we're going on to NT. I was thinking about the NT one. Is it was right, so this is without battery. Yeah, we might need to use NT one. While that's looking at that, I'm just going to bring the NT BIOS up, which was that one there. Copy, paste. Yeah. So I have got the other BIOS ready. So this is a better representation of what we can see it doing. So if you're wondering what we are, anybody who doesn't know what we're looking at, these are basically as it's requesting more voltage, more current, not voltage. So it's clearly doing something in the background. So obviously if it's doing more current, it's obviously doing things harder. So that's why it's important to look at this and see what it is doing. But again, if it's just repeating the same process, it's not doing anything different, which I don't think it is. Do you know what I'm going to try? This is going to sound crazy. Let's push the board out and take the BIOS chip off and post it. See if it's doing anything. Is the keyboard part of the startup on this machine? I've got the keyboard disconnected. I've got all peripherals because I was worried it might be a short on the keyboard. But in fairness, Jasmed, it wasn't doing anything different with or without the keyboard connected. There's no, because I did quite a bit of work on this one yesterday. There's no difference. But if I take the chip off and then try it, and it's still doing exactly the same, we can rule out the BIOS. We have got power, by the way, to the BIOS chip. I did check that yesterday. Yeah, let's get this BIOS chip off. Done. Put that to one side. Oh. Let's just cool the board down a little. So by rights, when I plug the charger in, it shouldn't do anything. It can't see the BIOS chip. God, that is so... It doesn't seem to be cooling down at all. Right. Put you on mute again a second, guys. Right, just took a bit of heat out of the board. Yeah. Right, so it's doing exactly the same thing without the BIOS chip on. Slightly different graph profile. But obviously without a BIOS chip, which is early on in the posting process, no, the power switch fingerprint is on. I'm just going to try pressing that, just see if it does anything. I just want to see if it repeats. See, right, that to me is the telling thing. Can you see the little uptick here? That to me is the telling thing, because we had the same little uptick, which looks like something's trying to switch on. So it's something before the BIOS. Because you know what I was saying? If we tried 3 BIOSes and it's doing exactly the same, without a BIOS, if it's doing the same, which is that little uptick, I think it's something before the BIOS process, which has to sit with the EC chip. And if it's the EC chip, either EC chip has gone or it needs reprogramming. It's corrupted. Because by right, it's me pressing that now. And look at that. It's still reacting to... That's me pressing the power switch. Obviously, it's never going to post because we ain't got a BIOS chip in. But that's me pressing the power switch. Yeah, it's definitely not right. If we disconnect the let's disconnect that. So that's the fingerprint reader off. We're still pulling 0.44. There's something on there pulling that, which is too high for your normal standby voltage. That should be 0.1, 0.2 at most. 0.4 to me is too high. But is it too high for this laptop? Because strangely enough, the other laptop I've got in with the same problems got the same standby. Yeah, I had a quick look as well, just inspired, that it was saying more or less the same. There was quite a few people complaining of the overheating, but again, without it plugged in, we're getting a similar trace. So we've got no BIOS chip and no fingerprint reader, but it's doing the same kind of power trace. And we did. That's the one out of the other machine as well. If you remember, we took that out yesterday. Yeah, I don't think it's getting to the. I don't think it's getting to the BIOS. I think that's the. Meter disconnected. So it's doing exactly the same with or without. If you look at the power meter. So we'll short the pin out for the on and off. We know it's this one because this one zeroes out when you press the power button. I'm shorting that out now, because this is equivalent to holding power button in. Off. If that was more or less what I was thinking, James. I was hoping it wasn't, because the iPhones are like that. But does that then mean the security chip in the fingerprint is locked to the EC chip? Because that's the other thing, which it might be. So just simply getting a replacement fingerprint reader may not work. It might need programming. Is there one at, now what is it on Apple? Oh no, they do it with screen sensor, don't they, on Apple? Because from an IT security point of view, you would think they would have the if you read the I didn't read the comments, I just watched the video. Is that what they're saying on there? So this could just be a fingerprint reader issue, same as the other one. Well, other than it's a bit strange because that's got a broken screen, so I can't understand why a fingerprint reader would have gone on with it being a broken screen. I don't think there's any point doing any more with this, because I haven't got a fingerprint reader, and it's whether the customer, whether I can get a fingerprint reader, and then I need to have a conversation with the customer just to say, do you want to go down that route? Crazy thing is, battery's still charging. It's not so much fading away. That was charging battery. If you look at it as a static, now battery's not connected. We're getting very different current draw. If you look at the wattage, because obviously it's the wattage is a bit more faster reacting. And that was because it was obviously charging the battery. Battery will nearly be charged now because I had it on charge yesterday. Just wondering if it was a battery issue. So would we concur fingerprint is probably way to go on that one? And I need to have a word with end user, the customer, and see what he wants to do then. Because I can't say categorically putting a fingerprint reader in this will sort the issue. So if it does and he has it done, brilliant. But it depends how much fingerprint readers are if we can get them, because they might be. Put the BIOS chip in there as well. I'm going to put the BIOS chip back on because we might need to reprogram that to version 10 or whatever we decide to put on it, or a different version. Oh, actually, no, the original one back on, let's say. Little tiny screw just there. Don't think that's for that machine. Don't think they are, but we'll put them in there anyway. Just confuse me when I go to rebuild it that we've got a load of screws which don't actually fit. Just like doing that, don't we? Oh. Disappointing that one. But we've come so far. Customers details. Let me get this on the shelf and I will ring him when I finished the stream. Oh, I'll put that up there. Oh, we've got Cowser's box up here still. Need to get that sorted. Yeah, so the other one is sat there, which is not identical, but it's a close one with the same sort of issues. And if we look at what this is pulling, so let's just plug the battery in. So this is the same. If you look at the charge voltage there, and then this is charging, it's doing everything. I mean, battery will be quite flat on here. That's why it's pulling quite a bit. But this is the same. It's just going round in that constant cycle. It would not get out of bed and work. I feel there's more future where you'll be forced to go back to the manufacturer for repair. Yeah, it is Samsung nonsense. I completely and utterly agree. Completely and utterly agree. If you watched Soren's video, when he did it, he was referring to that he found some shorts on. Let me zoom out because we did this on stream as well. This is the chip that he found some shorts on, which were these two inductors here and this inductor here, and they're actually grounded inductors to ground plate, and because I looked the chip pins up, schematics at the chip up off stream, and they should be grounded, and it's for digital noise, it says, to get rid of that. But yeah, this is the other one. No shorts or anything around the board, and it just kind of sits where it sits. Grab the circuit board because we took the circuit board out of this one. Plug the circuit board back in. This actually got a faulty screen on this one. I'm sure, I am almost positive that we checked booting this manually. we wouldn't have got this far without booting this one manually. Can't plug this in. But when I opened this originally, this had already been disconnected here, and the fingerprint reader had also been messed with. So I think whoever had done it had told them the same prognosis of it's dead, Jim, not as we know it, sort of scenario, and couldn't do anything with it. All three have to work together. Yeah, I wish I could play tic-tac-toe in chat. Microscope. I'm not smart enough for CPU, GPU, APU work. No, next to others, I'm not either. Just let me have a look at maybe shorting this center pin out just to make sure we are. Come on, zoom in, you stupid thing. There. Plug that in to here and get a ground. Clip that onto there. Get a nice ground. Let me see which one of these pins is 3 volts. I believe it should be that center one. Yeah. So it's the same one to ground there. Let's see if I can see where it's it hides under the board. Wonderful. Yeah, the other one goes for a test pin somewhere around here. This one clearly does not. Game Pigeon would be hard to would go hard with live chat. What's Game Pigeon? Fingerprint reader and EC BIOS, yeah. Now from memory, we should have ground here. Yeah, we do. So I can short that center pin out to there and see if it'll post. Keep an eye on the these are tiny. Just keep an eye out on the voltage, you know, the 0.4 up here for me, wherever it is. Can't really show you. Up there somewhere. Just keep an eye on that because I'm going to try and short these pins out, but they are very, very small. This is a different laptop, by the way. Anything? No. Yeah. That's definitely them. That's shorted power button out. And it's not doing anything. So this is the same thing. It's pulling very minuscule thing, but just not wanting to play. And even with power button in, it would pulling. Oh, same scenario. Where did I put power button? I took power button out. Just crazy. I've got 2 in, and as I say, Soren's got 1 in. All with same. Oh, well, I think his symptoms were slightly different because mine's pulling current under charge. I don't think his was pulling current under charge. So it's pulling the same. If I just start it, yeah, nothing. Absolutely zip. And even with, right, so it is responding now. So we can see it blip on this one, and it is trying to do things, but again, this just doesn't want to play ball. Sounds very much distracted and fun. That's not a definitive answer from me. Just thought I'm probably wrong. I don't think you are, Zola. I don't think you're wrong at all. I think just from a logical point of view, thinking about it, we're gonna put that to one side, because that's the other one, which is definitely dead as well. And I'll have a chat with that customer off stream. Guess what we've got next? Make this a bit smaller. We won't be. Does that charge off USB? Maybe it does. Don't know. Shrink that down. Get back in your owl. Next SSCD live stream. Let's try it. Chat feeds the streamers. If it's gaming, I'm horrendous at gaming. Okay, this one has come in for non-charging. Let's put the stuff away so I've got half a chance at finding things on the bench. Yeah, so they say on this supersonic corn dog. Do you stream as well, corn dog? Are you a streamer? Oops. Throw that away. Oh, don't you just hate it when that happens? Oh, I've done. Yeah, so customer says this isn't charging, doesn't know whether it's the battery or something else. I said drop it off and we will have a look and see what's what. Get my earth cable clip back up. Yeah, I'm going to throw this through window in 5, 4. I've got it working. 3, 2, 1. I do stream. Oh wow! I will. If that is your YouTube name, which it clearly is, I will check it out. Just a few gauges on Switch last night. Ooh. Apart from BIOS updates on Samsung Book Pro, you have to do them through Samsung Device Care. I was trying to see if you could get a direct download link for the BIOS. Yeah, I did. Oh, who's going? Sorry. Missed somebody going. Zola, and chips. See you another time. No problem, Zola. Have a good sleep and have a good shift tonight in the heat.
TCDD, little shit.
Chill, Mick. Hello, Mick. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What was I saying? Yeah, sorry, Sparta. I say the only one what I've managed to find is on that Bad Caps one. Shame on you, buddy. Why? What have I done? Exclamation Bronson. What have I done, Mick? Shame on me. I've done something wrong. But it could prompt for a game once everyone with a little bubble and go away if not. I don't think. No, I didn't. I'm just going to put a sticker over the customer's name because we don't want to be seeing that, do we? That one. So we do have a picture. So MacBook Pro, do they charge off USB? Don't know whether they do charge off USB or not. Certainly got no current draw. No. So let me see if I can find my MacBook charger lead, and we'll get rigged up to the bench supply. So we need that. I don't think I've used my Mac ones at all. I've not used them recently anyway. It's gonna be fun trying to find them. Ooh. Got a Christmas tree there. Did I lend somebody them? I don't know whether I lent somebody my charging cables for Mac. I think I might have done. Damn. Usual case, isn't it? You do this and then you think, oh, I lent somebody me cable. Don't think I've got a MacBook Pro connector because it's different to my other connectors I have. Oh, you're not telling me that I ain't got it. And he didn't bring his charger. I did tell him to. That's a USB-C. I said to him, I said, can you bring your charger? And he's not brought his charger. Which is always useful, isn't it, when you've got a charging issue, to make sure you bring basically what you're asked to bring. Are they there? They're at the bottom. One. Please be it. Two. Let me hope one of those is the cable. See, sorry, James. I'm only rummaging through boxes there. I weren't doing anything interesting. Just on a rummage through a box. I was looking for these two cables. I'm hoping one of these will fit. Yeah, I avoid Apple like the plague. There was a Mac connecting clip. Yeah, that's the ones I was looking for, James, for that one. But I've got 4 different types of Apple chargers, but this MacBook Pro doesn't seem to be any of them. Thanks for the sub, guys. That's crazy. Oh, we will. If I don't think you can post, Corn Dog, but yeah, you're more than welcome to post your link if you can. Right, just let me see if this one fits. No, that one don't fit, and I don't think that one does as well. They are different. So if you look at that, that is the one which is on there, and that's that one. And I do not have that style. I've got every other apart from that, but I don't know whether MacBook Pro should charge off USB-C. So that's what I was looking for, is whether they should charge off USB-C or not. Because the ones I have, I don't think they're for this age of MacBook Pro. Yeah, plenty of other chargers. No, so I can't help him on that one. Let me Google it. So we've got an A2442 EMC 3650. Oh, 1 second, I've got somebody messaging me for a quote. Oh, when you looked at my son's PC last year, you suggested replacing the liquid cooler system at some point before it leaks. I was just wondering how much would this cost, please? It may need a service as well, as it's been overheating fairly quickly. Over the last few weeks, even before this hot weather. That's another one. Oh, he left me a nice review as well. So I did look at it in May last year. Be around. Parts, there we go. So I have texted him just to give him a price on that. He's obviously wanting to come for a I've had a we won't be letting him contact me. Request a friend. Is it a friend request when you get them on? Not Instagram. What's that other thing? What? LinkedIn. Yeah. No, won't be going with you. Can you send me the original BIOS dump? Yeah. I'll have to send it in 3 parts though, Sparta, mainly because it's 10.3 meg. It won't let me send it on Discord unless I subscribe to whatchamacallit. But I will send them now for you, Sparta. You can have a look. Just let me get Discord up and go to Sparta and do attach, upload a file. And if I can remember where I put them, is it on desktop? I believe it was. And now it's downloads. Desktop, thank you. New folder, they're all there. There's 3 executables. Click on the first one and they just auto extract. There we go. They should be winging their way to you now, Sparta. Thank you very much. Oh. Our dogs are doing the same. Just keeps laying in front of the fan, bless him. I put a fan down for mine yesterday and she just will not do it. Will not do it at all. Won't lay in front of it. What was that? Supersonic. Solder some 36 power pins and plug it directly into wall should work. Yeah. If you've seen my soldering, it'll probably fall off. Oh, that's what I was looking. I was looking to see if I could charge this off USB-C. That's what I was looking at. So let's Google it. And A2442. A2442. Charge. Can it charge from USB-C? Searching. Yes, your MacBook Pro A442 14-inch can charge via any of its Thunderbolt USB-C ports, while the dedicated MagSafe 3 port charger is ideal for fast charging USB chargers. Great flexibility using either original or compatible. Excellente. So as soon as we have no charger, we will have a look at USB-C. So I'll plug that in and see if we get anything on screen at all. Let me close Discord down and go disconnect, reconnect. We've got absolutely zip. So we'll just plug that in again. It's negotiating up to 20.5, but absolutely zip. That is nothing. I would say that that's a solid port.
220 AC to HDMI adapter. Oh, Sparta, thank you very much for doing that. But again, if it's corrupted the EC chip, it might still be that. So let's get this unscrewed. Yeah, that's the right one. I'm wondering if this isn't pulling the any current at all, which it's not. It's not pulling any current draw. Whether it's the USB-C port that has a issue. Electro Boom is. I've only just kind of discovered Electro Boom. I think I only subscribed to him about a week ago. He's got a very unique way of presenting. Which works extraordinarily well. Does this ain't got any hidden screws in it? No, it won't have hidden screws, but I bet you any money it slides, does it? Yeah. Yeah, come on, slide off. There we go. And that last corner, if you slide off, that's it. Ooh, is that liquid? Or is that no, thought it was liquid damage, but it's not. It's white. Just white aluminum. Oh, Great Scott and Electro Boom. Yeah, I've been following Great Scott as well. All these sub-channels. I don't watch a lot of EE blog. I do watch a bit of it, but I don't watch a lot of it. I keep putting my head under the camera. Sorry, guys. 4:30 and I choose live. Is it 4:30 a.m.? I'm going to turn in for the night. You certainly do that. Catch you very soon, Supersonic. Have a good sleep. Get your head down. Have a good sleep. And thank you very much for coming in and hitting that subscribe button as well. Thank you very much. And I'll check out your stream as well. I reckon on here, because I've done these before, I reckon it's that board what's gone. Because it's a separate USB-C board here. So I reckon it's that USB-C board there what's gone. So we'll take it off. We'll give it a clean. And we'll see if it has any impact on it all. And Apple being Apple, show you all that way. Change screwdriver size. Let's change screwdriver size because we don't want to make it easier for our customers to take things to pieces. We want to make it extraordinarily hard and give different size of things. I haven't got a rusty nail on there. Stick that in that hole. Stick that in that hole. That's what the nun said. No, smaller than that. That one's too small. Yeah, too small. I've got odd screws and whatnot in here. It's like Goldilocks and Three Bears, this one. I go to find screwdrivers. That one's too big. That one's too small. Oh, that one's just right. Nope, not that one. I had a customer come and use all my tools, and he just took them all out. And then when I went, "You need to go," I ended up having to throw him out the door. He just kind of shoved them in wherever. So every single screwdriver bit is now all mixed up. And typically, I've still not got around to sorting them all out. I think that is the one, but it's stripped, so there's no point doing that. Let me get my other box of Mac screwdrivers out. I've got a full box of these. Be a lot easier this way. Oh. Oh. Nano, it's a draw tonight on Nano's channel, isn't it? Where he's drawing the microscope. I have entered, unashamedly. I have entered. Rode and Schwartz will give me a scope for a video on it. I would very much like a now I've seen Nando's video. I'd love a optical scope, but I just don't think my work area is going to be anywhere near big enough for it. It's tight as it is, and I'm only on this little digital scope with screen. So getting an optical scope in here is probably just going to mean it's not viable. But I would certainly love one. Hey, don't get me wrong. If I won that off Nando's channel, I would use it. I would find a way. But when you consider the cost of the screens, it's cost of the devices, they are a lot of money. So we're going to give these a clean with a bit of IPA and a brush. And put these back. Just thinking, I don't know whether this little bit cables, mainly because MMV did one of these not long back with the same problem. What did he find was wrong with that one? I can't remember. It was his daughters or his nieces or something like that. I can't remember what he found was the what he found was the issue. Just let that dry for a couple of minutes. This heating won't take too long. Yeah, I entered too. I did enter, and I just thought, what happens if I win? People might think, why is a content creator entering? But I suppose we've all got needs for it, haven't we? Apart from the scammers, which are trying to scam people, obviously. I've done my fair share of giveaways on here as well. So those are back down. I will tell you now, guys, I know very little about MacBooks. We're still pulling 20 volts, 0 amps. Absolutely 0 amps. I wonder if we've got a short somewhere. Let's check the coils, make sure we've not got a short. But you would think if we had a short, because laptop's working, I think if we had a short, we would not have a working laptop. That would be a more logical thing to think. It's not going to be something like NVRAM what needs clearing or something like that on here, is it?
Is this the I don't work on MacBook, so I'm kind of playing it by ear to some degree, gentle people, seeing where and what we go to, but I think that's the battery off now. Yep, it's off. Plug in now, see if we've got anything on there, but I would very much doubt whether we've got anything now. So plug that in. We now got current draw, and it's turning on. Yeah, they should. We're fully working. We're on. Do you think it just needed turning off and resetting? Yeah, that's what it might have been. Just needed a battery reset. Just put battery back on. I mean, it could be that battery is absolutely gone as well. It's booting again. We have picture. But I've still got no charge. Still not recognising battery though. But I don't think it will until all these are connected down anyway. Let's connect these back down. And tweezers. Since these are very tiny. Very light. There we go. Ouch. Now, fold down, you darn thing. Get in the hole. Pull it home tight. Get in the hole. Closed. That's it. All right, see if we've got anything now. Just had a battery reset basically. Keep it out there. It's moving up to 20 volts. Yeah, 2.2 amps, 3 amps. That's charge voltage, isn't it? Same fee, took bench time. I think that's, ooh. That's, if you look at the current trace, it did dip down, but that does look like it's now charging. Yeah, we've got a charge icon right up here. Oh, if we can just see, it is. There you go, charge icon. So it is now charging. We can see it's taking 4 amps. So let's get the cover back on because there's very little else we can do to this if it's now charging. So it looked like it just needed a reset, which is good news for the customer that it's not been anything too tricky, and even better news for us that we have mended a Mac.
Easy pizza. What time is it? Is it lunchtime yet? Oh, it's getting up that time, isn't it? Getting up to lunchtime. I've not even had breakfast yet. I had a little pastry this morning, but that's about all I've eaten. I think yesterday, because I streamed, I didn't eat until about 7 p.m. So definitely, it's beneficial if you don't eat all day. Pop that back off. Put this screw in here. Come on, line up. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Back down. Clip. Keep an eye on voltage. Current. Yeah, it's charging again. And it's just gone beep. Let's put this back on. Why do they make these so tricky to slide on? It's bonging away. Some front clips which I am struggling getting lined up. That's one side in, that's two sides in. Now come back out. Done. Yeah, they just need screwing down. That side is not in. That's more like it. Voila. Lovely. Right. Right, now that one's not in now. No, that is one to screw. Okay with that. Screwdriver. Same piece. Oh yeah, done that one. It's beeping its little nugget off at me. So I don't know if that's because I don't know why it's beeping. MacBooks don't generally make a beep noise unless they're doing something. But it's making a bong rather than a beep. A reassuring, nice, gentle bong. So another laptop after this to sort out. Which I'm not really looking forward to doing because it's too hot in here to do that. It's a hinge repair. And I think I'm going to have to, because I did the other hinge a couple of weeks back, I'm probably going to have to disassemble the work I did, which is a bit of a pain, to reassemble the actual thing. Yeah, it's still charging. He's not giving me a password, so I can't log into it. I did say text me your password, and he's not. So, oh yeah, we've got half a battery. And we can see that is definitely charging. So we'll leave that on charge. Just have a swig of water. Toasty. Ah. Keeps beeping its thing away. But at least it's charging.
which is what he were concerned about. Oh, yes. Quick tidy up. Oh, dear me. Okay, let's get the back off this one. That one there. Wrong side screwdriver. That's never going in that hole. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, Gear, thank you. My God, thank you, Gear, for the very, very kind donations yet again. Oh, I think that's about 30 you've donated this month. Thank you so, so much, Gear. But guys, if you are in chat and you've got a gift and membership from the amazing Gear Anderson from Letters Repair, please show your gratitude and thank him in chat, and also pop over to his channel and smash him some like and subscribe on there as well. He's a brilliant creator as well, and he does a lot behind the scenes for everyone, really. I know certainly he's helped me out so much on that one, so thank you so much on that, Gear. He's a legend and a half. Legend and a half. I do like. I'm glad I've got my sounds working. Actually, that's the exclamation Maddie. One more. That's it. That's it. All done. Thank you. Legend. I know it don't seem to catch many of his live streams. Needs to get up there. But thank you so much on that one, Gear. Really do appreciate it. And I appreciate all the help you give me as well on places like Discord and everything else. Very much appreciated. Going for a Viking beard. Hello, people. Ronnie, hello. Is that me going for a Viking beard, you mean? I decided to try and grow a beard. This is about as far as it gets, though. Man, I don't know. I just can't get a beard. You know, like some of the creators have brilliant beards. Not that I fancy one. I just fancy not getting shaved. So I've decided to do it during a heat wave, obviously, where it's hot anyway. It's cooled down a little bit, my office. I would say we're probably at around 32 to 33 degrees at the moment. Let me have a quick look. We're at... I thought it would cool down, actually. No, 34.5 in my office at the moment. So we are still a little bit warmer than I thought. I just felt cooler. I'm planning on stepping up my live game considerably. Excuse me. It'll be a couple of weeks. Hopefully less if I can get sorted. Well, I am sure when the time comes, Gear, we will all be there waiting for the next live stream. How are the solar performing? I am currently... let's have a quick look. They tend to get more direct sunlight at... that's what I'm producing at the moment. 558 watts. Now, they tend to get more direct sunlight from about 12 o'clock onwards, so it is coming to the peak time. I can't even get my sounds working, James, let alone something complicated like that. I did actually think, could I do something like that? But that was me, ambition over ability, I think. But that's the story of my life.
I am quietly impressed with them. I would recommend them, James. I know we spoke about them, and yours from for your new house would lend itself as well to where where you can put them. And because now I've got the access to the cheaper items as well. Panels at £50 a panel rather than the 100 and something. It does make it a little bit more attractive. So for £250, you can actually buy the inverter. Argos are selling the inverters now. Argos are actually selling the EcoFlow inverters, £149.99. That's how popular they are getting. I shaved my head 3 weeks ago. My beard will never go. I generally have a very short hair on both there, and I try and keep clean shaven. But I don't like shaving. I know it's a man thing. I just don't like shaving at all. I find it quite irritating and just, I don't know, unnecessary. So I have toyed with the beard 2 or 3 times, but I'm told it doesn't really suit me. So this one will be going as well before too long, probably. Do you start doing this? You think I'm going to regret doing this, because I think the reason why I struggled last time is because of the type of hinge it's got in there. It's not got any fixing, so I've had to just put one metal screw, because even the Chicago screws that I bought will not do this. How long have you had a beard gear? And James, how long were you? Is it something you've had, 20, 30 years and thought, I'm just going to leave it? Do you think it's that? Because my nephew, who's 29, he's grown one. He went in the Navy and he came back with a beard, which no, it's not a prerequisite, but you looked at the graduation photos and virtually, I don't know, a good 70% of them had grown beards, which was strange because 50% of them were women, which were being a little bit strange. As soon as you could grow one, you had one. So what's that, about 13, 14-year-old? Yours is an impressive beard though, James. Yours is impressive. It's quite big, beefy, and it's how a man's beard should be. Mine, I don't think mine would ever get anywhere near like that. I think mine would be more a bit like this and a bit more, I don't know, non-beardy, if that's a word. I had my beard since 2012, so that's 13, 14 years. Also, since I could grow more than 4, but not between 10 and 12. No, can't be doing with going to the hairdressers. No, I haven't visited a hairdresser's in a number of years, obviously. I think I shaved my head when I was in my late 20s. I went to work somewhere and they all had shaven heads. And I thought, well, if they've all got shaven heads, I might as well do mine. And once I'd done it, I thought, well, I'd just keep it up, carry on doing it. There's no reason not to. It just makes maintenance so much easier. And obviously, as you lose your hair, it makes a bit more sense to have a universal design. Is that right? Universal design. This is going to be a pain in the backside to get off without destroying it. You always run the risk when taking these off. A little bit too much
in the wrong orientation and it'll just crack the screen. And I do remember from doing this one the other week, it was a little bit temperamental at trying to get that off. I just wish they'd have said to me at time, just do both, because I did say, please do both. Right now, it'll be all right. It's proven a little bit. Yeah, it's proven a little bit. Ooh, ah. Just trying to release clips at one side without going in too deep. I started losing my hair when I was 19. I probably started losing mine in my 30s or something like that. It's something which never bothered me. I know some men do. One of streamers that I follow on F1, he went to Turkey, I think it was, for a hair transplant at the beginning of the year. Or last year actually he went, and it looks all right. You know, he did a Wayne Rooney, and he looks fine, but it's just not. It's not appealed to me. It wouldn't bother me in the slightest that I've lost my. But I think it's an age thing. When you get older, it probably doesn't bother you anywhere near as much as it does when you're younger, because you start to realise that life ain't all about image. And when you're as good looking as me as well, it's, you know, you've got other assets to carry your appearance over. Okay, I can't get this off anymore. I'm gonna growl at this. Oh, cables in it and all sorts. If I had to stab something, say something, it feels like there's something screwed in here, but I know there's not. I put it together the other week, so I know there's nothing in there. It seems like there is. Hey, grey hair repair, an Eastern European saying according to him. Yeah. What do you mean, cows? What do you mean? Grey hair repair. It comes to us all, just look distinguished. I've got more grey on my beard than I have in my hair. That's probably because I've got no hair. I am going to struggle like heck to get this up. Yeah, I don't think it's an age thing, though. You tend to not get hung up about so much when you get a bit older. Certainly appearance-wise. But then again, I look at some kids on the street and you just think, what? The entire screen's coming out here. Wouldn't be a bad thing if it would come out all together. Oh, so let me borrow the keyboard section a second to rest that on. Let's see if I can get the... I'm see if I'm going to unplug the screen, then I've got a little less chance at damaging the actual screen. Come on out, unplug now. Done. At least we've got the screen out. We don't need to be quite as delicate. We can be a little bit more adventurous and forceful at getting the bottom trim off. Well, that's a nice noise. There we go. Wow. That's probably one of the hardest bezels that I have ever had the difficulty taking off. That was so tricky. Whew. Yeah, similar age group to me, Ronnie. 55 and plenty of grey. Yeah. Well, when you get to 60, you just end up with note on top and outside. It's a solar panel for a sex machine. That's what I tell the ladies. They clearly don't believe me. Oh, let's have a look what we did last time. So as we can see, the hinge is screwed on there, and I had to kind of not bodge it, but we had to see if we can give it some bond. Tumbleweeds. Oh yes, lots of. So we ended up putting a screw through the case because, believe it or not, the only thing you've got holding these entire hinges on are these little tiny plastic tabs and a little bit of glue. Shocking. So they break. On this model, they break anyway. Well, they break on all models. But so I put one single screw through there because I couldn't get it through there because of where the screen actually mounts. So put one through there. I had to use angle grinder to cut it down a bit to get the cable through and everything, and then put some hot glue at the back. She doesn't. That's what she tells you. She doesn't colour her hair, but I'm sure she doesn't. So we only have one black screw showing at the back, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, apart from a bit of glue on there, that is the only thing we're going to be able to really do. I would say the option I've got then is the same as I did before, which is these through here. So this is more of a practical repair rather than a technical repair, but drill this metal plate out here, drill through there, some type of screw through there coming through the back, a little bit of hot snot under here just to hold it in place as well, just give it a bit of grip, and then reassemble it all, and hopefully that'll hold it back into position. But they're just really poor, really poor, really bad, and not good at all. So I'm just going to pop and get my drill out. So give me 2 ticks. I'll grab my drill and then we'll come back and get this drilled with a power drill. What brand of laptop? Have not seen one of those before. This is a Huawei laptop.
Yeah, it's a Huawei. Can't really show you much because there's not much to see, but it's a Huawei. It was a, I think they're about £199 on Amazon. They're not an expensive one. What I found is quite a few of the cheaper Chinese ones have this type of hinge array on here, which are just screwed down. They're just not. You can't even adjust the tension of the hinges either. Look at the hinges. Some people will be saying adjust it and glue it. You can't. They're just crimped on. There's no kind of screw thing there to adjust. So whatever tension it's got is what it's got, and they are, well, like all hinges. But I mean, I can't even move that. I mean, I'm trying my best. I can't even twist that. That's how tight hinges are. If you just, that's me trying to move it either direction. It's just not moving at all. So that's why they break. But yeah, it's a Huawei. Right, I'm going to grab my power drill. Be back in 2 ticks. Sonic Garage. We are back. Get the hinge repair kit out. Is that one just there? We have a dedicated box for this. The Saturday video, what's going live, is the review on that rechargeable soldering iron. In case anybody, because I think somebody else in chat asked what did I reckon to it and send me the link, and I did. But the full review is Saturday on that one. Let's get out the bits and bobs that we possibly will need. Need several different types of drill bits. I'm not too sure which one will do it. And give me some metal screws. So we will have a look at what metal screws that I need as well. And that's everything out of there that I could possibly need. Dig the screws out afterwards. Might need the screws first, actually. This is more my cup of tea as a job. A bit more practical, a bit more hands-on. Don't mind the electronic stuff. I do quite like this sort of stuff. So that's the charger out of the, you know, that MacBook we're just doing. That's the type of thing what you change on them, if you're just wondering. It's from another one that I changed. Let's get some screws out. Got to be one in here somewhere what I need. So I'm after a keyboard gold, whatchamacallit, and a I'll show you what it is when I get it. I know what I'm after. I know exactly what I'm after, if I can remember. Don't want that. That's on floor. That can stay on floor, that bit. That was spare. So I'm after one of those, and then a respective screw to go through the other side, which I would imagine is probably not that one's too small. Is it that one? Yes, and it's huge as well. It's massive. It's a massive one. Anything smaller than that? Don't think I need anything quite as large. You'll get the gist when I show you what I'm doing. Yes, I've done it. Let's get all these back in here. I keep them, and I don't know why I keep them. Don't need them.
But like everybody, we keep a load of stuff that we don't need. Don't put that there because there's a magnet on it and they all stick to the bottom of the drill. I bet you didn't think you'd be watching somebody repair a laptop computer with a DeWalt hammer drill. Actually, I did a video on this type of repair, and it got quite a few watchers, but it's the only video that I've done which has got the most negative likes. If that makes sense. You know, most negative thumbs down. I think I'm running at something like 97% channel average. That one video was at something like 71%, which is just dragging me average down a bit, about 99.2% as a channel average or something. But yeah, that video, which I did, it was a how-to video on how to repair it, like I've done many of them in the past. Just ended up with, well, not hate as such, but it just ended up with people being quite, yeah, not agreeing with it. Well, I ain't got a problem. If you don't agree with it, it works. Never had one come back, but I know there are other ways of doing it. What soldering am I using now? I have seen them. Yes. Can't you loosen the hinge up? I usually do that. Yeah, it won't. it won't. Thingy bob. The soldering iron that I use is that one, which is the Finersi. The Finersi soldering iron. The little soldering iron here, which I have on here, which is a rechargeable USB-C one. I got off AliExpress, £8 I think it was, or something like that. I think they've gone up to about £10 now. Yeah, it's fully rechargeable, USB-C charging, and I do a review on it. I only bought this for doing hinge repairs. That's why it's in hinge repair box. So on this one, which I'll be using in a few seconds, so we'll leave it on, you will see exactly what I will be doing with it. So that's what I bought that for. I'm about hinge repair. Did you get the Chicago screws? I did get the Chicago screws. They are here, but on this type of hinge repair, I cannot use them. But yeah, they are all here, the Chicago screws. When I get a hinge in to be able to do it, I will be doing a repair with these. But at the moment, I haven't. I've not even opened them. I've gone for my AliExpress and then left them in here. So if nobody's familiar what a Chicago screw is, you get two sections. You get a screw, and you get a, well, I don't know if you call it a receiving screw, I don't know. And they're basically screw like that, so one screws into the other. So for
PCDD, little shit.
So you can get morning kicker, so you can get that in and then hide it in. So you just got nice flush on either side. So yes, I did get them just inspired, but I haven't yet had a need to use them. Because like everybody, they all come in fits and starts. Did you repair the Samsung? I'll cut the story really short down. We've tried 3-4 different BIOSes on it now, Kiki, and even without the BIOS chip, it's still performing the same fault. So we are leaning now back towards the fingerprint reader, because there's a lot of people online with a similar issue, or maybe a corruption on the EC chip from the fingerprint reader going faulty, or a corruption in the EC chip software from a BIOS update. Because when Arnold stripped the BIOS back for me, it did say that they were on different versions. So it could well have been a Windows update which has unsettled it, which has corrupted the BIOS, which has then corrupted the EC chip, and we can't program the EC chip. So crazy. Yeah. So that's where we are with that. So yeah, the only thing I bought this for is doing this job. As crazy as it sounds, and I do run through that in the video. Yeah, it's still very puzzling. That's where I will leave it. It's still very, very puzzling to say what is or what isn't. So what I need to do, it's a plastic case. So we'll get our our soldering iron that we bought, and this saves me damaging my good quality soldering iron, and we simply melt a hole through there like that. If it was a different style, oh, I've gone and done that. I've melted a hole through. I don't know if you saw it on the screen. I used soldering iron, just melted a hole through. So that's the only reason I've actually bought this little soldering iron, to do that. A lot of really good things about this. There are a lot of good things, some bad things, but some good things. But check out the review when it lands on, I think on Saturday, that one. So what we will do might be, can I show you through here? Maybe. So we'll get a screw, which is here. This will enter from the back and protrude through here. Okay, so you can imagine now the screw coming through here. The screw will then protrude through that hole there, and we'll put a brass, it's actually a screw, one of those on, like a nut on the other side. So this will mechanically bond those two together, and then we'll put some hot snot under there as well to give it a little bit more of a bonded area all in. And I found a mechanical bond far stronger than any others. Just get our little hand drill out and drill a hole through. I brought the power drill because we're going to have to go through metal. So if you're wondering why I went to get the power drill, obviously the hinge itself is metal. See if that fits, and it does. Brilliant, just right. Post-it notes. So it stops me drilling into my desk. And we will need the same size drill. I don't really want to use that one because I will ruin it. I think it's the only choice I've got. Okay. Take it off hammer. Definitely don't want hammer. I will put you on mute because it will be right next to my microphone. I don't want to deafen you, so I'll just put you on mute a couple of ticks. There we go. Oh, I've got that battery going back now. I need to take that out of there. I need to wrap the battery up to Dell. They're picking that battery up. What doesn't work? I'm doing a return on that one for the other customer. Hopefully that hole should be big enough to get that through, and it is snug as a bug in a proverbial rug. It is more faff this than just loosening the hinge and gluing, and I know we've had this debate a few times, but I just prefer this. It's never let me down. Never let me down at all. Just going to scrape some of the old, I think it's super glue or crazy glue, whatever you want to call it. Some type of very hard, unflexible glue they put on there to bond it. If they probably put a different type of glue on, it would be a lot better, but they haven't. Cut those pegs off because they do not help at all, as I learnt last time. It can be difficult to program if it's an ITE. You can use signals from battery to find the connection. No, it's a Nova. Is it a Novatel or somebody like that? I can't remember the name of it. I bought recently SVO, so I'm starting to learn. Yeah, that's that. If I'm being honest, that is way above my knowledge and skill set. I know JFix is getting himself more into things like that. But yeah, it's way above my ability.
Let's put it like that. And knowledge. I'm not very good with software stuff. I mean, a lot of people say I'm not very good with hardware either. So I'm just going to rough this bottom up a little, just give it a bit more of a grip when I start putting glue and whatnot on there. So this is just to roughen the surface so it's got a bit more. Bit more of a, yeah, bit more of a. Give it in a different direction. And spin that round. Repeat the same under here, just to make it bond a little bit and get rid of any of the old glue debris. Give it a brush out. Bit of IPA. Make sure there's no grease on there for when we assemble. Put all my drill bits back that I don't need. Very good. Can't get it in. That's better. Gosh, she's hot. Producing 621 watts of electricity. I'm currently feeding back into the system 107 watts. 107 watts feedback. Crazy, 103. I'm feeding back into the network. So I'm actually sending a load back in. Lovely. Working and not paying for my electric. Lovely. Oh, got a drill bit there. I don't want to lose that. Screws long enough. Let's see if it goes on here. Let's hope it does. And it does. Can't really show you this under camera because it's so tricky for me to get into position anyway. But I'll show you finished article when we are done. And where did I put it? It's just rolled over that. It's a very, very finicky thing trying to get your fingers up here when you've got big fat fingers like me. It doesn't help. And I've got a fly on me now. Go away, fly. We have grip. Excellent. So all I've really done at the moment, we've put a screw through there, as we can see, and it's coming into this bracket here. I just want to put some hot glue into this gap here, so when I do screw it down, it gives it a bit more of a adhesion bond as well as that. So it's just giving it best chance of survival ever, rather than anything else. I'm waiting to buy my SVOD. Their new adaptive system will be released in 1 to 2 weeks. I didn't want to buy the old one and then release a new version. Is the SVOD the thing to actually program them with? It isn't.
Get some fire and melt a bit of glue. I prefer doing it this way because if I can get the glue hot enough and on fire and you drip it on when it's very hot, it bonds a lot better than it not, because it melts into the plastic, and I find it gives it a bit better bond. And certainly if you can have it so it's actually a light on there as well, it's even better. Okay. Yep, that's hot. Ouch. Oh, that's skin, by the way. Ouch. Gosh. Yeah, dangers of hot glue. Do not play with hot glue. It took my skin off straight away. Ouch. I'm going to screw this down while glue's hot. And I can cry. Yeah. Oh, that hurts a lot. And then I'm just going to pull my hand down. Ouch! It fell over and I caught it when it fell over. Bit of a nugget like that. I think I've missed the cold water bit altogether. So let me just, I'm going to rinse my thing because that has just gone straight through my skin, and I've burnt my other fingers on here as well. And there's a bit on there as well. You can just see skin hanging off. Not that you really want to. Just give me 2 minutes, guys, while I just go administer a little bit of first aid. Oh. Danger money. Right. Ouch. Dip burning salt, of all things. Salt? Does that actually work? I always got I got told 3 minutes for cold water. But that had took the skin off straight away. It just took the skin off. So yeah, that one there is just going to blister, and that one there, which just took the skin off as well. So all I've done is I've just put a plaster around that one just to stop it getting any worse, because that's quite bad. It's going to sting later. It's stinging now. It's stinging now.
That's why you shouldn't play with hot glue. I will say I do it often when I'm playing with hot glue, which is quite crazy. All right, I'm just going to heat this up and hopefully get the glue to a decent enough temperature where the thing will push back down. And then, get me air blower on. Just wait for the glue to go a little bit opaque, and then at least I know it's half a chance at setting. Right, that's it. Not that I think it'll be completely opaque in this temperature because it is warm. Put these away. I did grab my soldering iron the other week. If that was me soldering iron and this being the hot end here, I had it down like that and I went like that. Instead of picking up at the cable, then I went like that and picked it up and dropped it straight away and had the imprint of my soldering iron on there. But I think we've all done stupid things like that. Or are you just going to make me sound stupid? Probably just me. Probably just me. I bought some tiny drill bits, you know, down to 0.03 of a millimetre in size. I don't know if you've ever seen how small 0.03 of a millimetre is. You get them in a special box which makes them fall out, even though I can never figure out how to get them out. Yeah, I've never even bothered using them because they're far too small. They're absolutely minuscule. I don't think a clue whatever you drill at 0.03 of a millimetre. Really, really don't know. Yeah, don't even know how to slide the box to get them open. But something like that. Never used them. Sat in there. That's going okay. Let me trim a little bit of that off. Just a regular burn. Does not work when it took a sting straight off. Yeah, it's. I wish I could say I have not done that more than once. I could say, is that common size for watch repair, Steve? Is that what it is? Yeah, I mean they're tiny, tiny. If I could figure out how to open the thing, I would show you on microscope because they are so tiny. I bought them thinking that I would need them for me hinges on here because that's still drying. Need them for the hinges on here, where there? That's it. There you go. This is. That's the drill. I know it doesn't look that small. Quite a flat end, aren't they? I don't know what they're going to drill into. They will look blunt. I don't think they're high quality ones at all. But you compare that to a nib of a biro, you could drill one at tiny little capacitors out of that, couldn't you? They are really, really small. But again, I don't think they're particularly high quality ones. And I've got right up to 1.5. I'm sure I bought them for doing this. That's hurting. Let's see if I can get this off. This is where I slip with the scalpel and take my other finger off. So I'm hoping that's just give it a bit more of a adhesion bond as well as a mechanical bond, because we've got the screw nut, whatever you want to call it, at that end, and that's going to do the heavy lifting really. I'm going to clean this because I think the screen slide to the right. Yeah, that's. I realised that they were all kept in a little thing where you can actually watch them call them out, can't you? Well, that's probably the first time I've ever opened them, and I've probably had them several years now. Right, the screen has to fit quite flush from memory. We need to just get as much of this out as we possibly can to give it the best options going forward. A little bit of a blob in there. Blobby, blobby, blobby. Done. Nice and solid. Solid. There you go. Oh, still, it always gets me how stiff the things are. I pinched a hot moss bit down on my top, and it ended up going down for. Oh no! I can imagine. I can imagine Edinburgh. That's. It's bad enough when you drop something on. I've done it on me. I've done it on my knee before, where you kind of drop something on the chair. You'll be sat here working, and what'll happen is I'll go like that and I'll move it, and it'll go kind of down onto Jane. You've got to jump up. But if you remember, other week I was working on the bench, and I think I can't remember what I was doing. I was doing some soldering, and there was a blob of solder in, and I thought it had set, and I went like that, and obviously it wasn't. It was still liquid, and it just smeared it over here and burnt all my hand. So yeah, not my finest moments. Honestly, I'm a trained professional. Dab a little bit of crazy glue over the top of that to seal it, so it works a bit like lock thread or thread lock, whichever one you want to call it. And that's never going to come off. My super glue, my crazy glue, my whatever, open. Oh, back to post-its. Undo that so I can get some in that hole itself. Yep. No, need to clear that out. Some broken tweezers, not the good ones. Yes. Completely. Ooh. Oh dear. Broken my tweezers. Need to order some new super glue. That's sacrilege. We've got half a bottle of super glue and I can't get into it. Cannot get into it. But it won't be very good glue, I suppose, if you could. Yeah. Bear in mind, that's not top, that's actually glue. Oh, it might be top, I don't know. Oh, yeah, because I think what lid I just took off.
That's better. At least I can get back down onto it now. Leave the other thing off. Put a bit of put my screw back in to keep it airtight, which never works, but we'll pretend it works. Do you think they do it on purpose, Steve? You've just got to keep on buying new tubs. And that's what it is. That'll do. It's about as airtight as I'm going to get it. So we're after a bit of my very good quality tweezers that I've just wrecked. Pick some up. Just want to use it as a bit like a thread locker. Post-it notes moving. So get that in there. And then when I screw now, it should I can get it held with some pliers. There you go. That should work as a bit of thread lock. And never move ever again. Right, difficult bit is going to be getting this back on, because remember hardship we had getting it off. It wasn't fun or pleasurable. Bit of tension tape to hold it in place, and hopefully the screen will sit in beautiful. Beautiful. It's like Huawei designed it to do this. Done. What I will do before I fully assemble it, I'll just make sure the screen's working. We've all done that before, haven't we? Overconfident? Yeah, of course it'll work. Of course it'll work. And guess what? You put it all back together and it doesn't work. You do realise if I weren't streaming, I'd be talking to myself like this as well. To the fact that when I'm not streaming, I do tend to talk like this as well. I pretend I'm talking to dog, but we all know I'm just talking to myself. Excellent. Let's see if it gets a picture. Did it work on battery this? Can't remember. Yep. We've got fan spin anyway. Let's just keep an eye out for Pikachu. With the way we were pulling the screen about earlier, I'm not going to hold my breath too much. How's this charge? Ah, we can charge off USB. That's the MacBook charged. That's gone to 0 now. Yes. Power. 1.8. Yes. We have picture and no damage to screen. So just let me click on there so I can shut the computer down without revealing the customer details. Shut down and shut down. Come on, turn off, turn off. Done. Off. Battery disconnected. Always disconnect the battery before taking the screen out or doing anything with the screen. I would argue to say that this is probably going to be stronger than when it was new, because it doesn't suffer the same non-mechanical bonding like they do at factory. Not as pretty, but certainly stronger. You do all this and then realise you put the hinge on upside down as well. Not that I'm talking from my experience on that. Bit of glue in there. Just need to trim that off. This is a bad design for the display cable, you know, how it actually comes up and out. It's very much trapped against, I remember this when I did it the other day, very much trapped against the, I don't like pushing that down. Cover of the bezel. Nice reassuring clicks. Done. Should have a little bit of a green camera protector there, which we need to put in. Imagine goes on like so, and then we need to put the magnets in for the screen. Can't forget them, otherwise it won't work. You did the same removing the FPC connector. It came flying off, repelled flux, and sucked my hand. I had an FPC shape blister for a while. I think it's a rite of passage, isn't it, when you start working on electronics? You must burn yourself regularly. I remember back in the day, I used to repair CB radios, Citizen Band radio, and somebody wanted a microphone wired up. It used to get quite big. I know coaxial plug, that were it for a Swami trust. I can't remember. It were a coaxial one, and it was heavy duty coaxial cable, so you need to put quite a lot of heat into it. Well, I was talking, and bearing in mind I was quite young, probably in my 20s or something like that, and I got a bit distracted. Well, I left the heat on far too long. Then I went and picked the coaxial plug up, and it was absolutely red hot. And I had like a burn mark all the way around my fingers here, where I picked it up in my thumb, of all the gnarled thing, and it also said made in ENG on my finger in burn. So I did have that, just in case anyone wondered where I was made. I was branded. Now there is a tiny little screw missing, which I noticed when I was taking it to pieces. Which is one of those, so we haven't got it, so we can't put it on. That rubber bung can go back in there though. We have a rubber bung to go in there. A little bit of a sticker cover to go over there. Did that not have a sticker on? Because I ain't got one on my bench. It must have not had a sticker on that one. Yeah, definitely not one on my bench unless it's stuck somewhere. A little bit of black tape, maybe. Put off a piece of scissors. Just cover the little hole. There you go. Better than factory. Good as new. Job's a fish. Keyboard back on. In fairness, you should start seeing them. Those hinges are so tight. And you can't loosen. They just will not loosen at all. My father's a rig doctor too. Rig doctor, oh my gosh, yeah. Starting in the days AM, then worked on everything, designed the PCBs that enabled the in-between channels. Ooh, very interesting. And repairing CBS was the reason we didn't have to emigrate to Australia. Oh, right. That was the national strikes. I presume you're in about 3-day working weeks. PL258, yes, that is Aussie. Aussie! No, is it Aussie? Yeah, Aussie. I messaged you on Discord, Aussie. PL258, you are absolutely spot on that one, Aussie. How are you doing, Aussie? I messaged you on Discord the other day because I've not heard you in a while and I know you've not been well. So glad to see you back on here. I hope you're doing a lot better. I hope you're doing so much better. Full-time fly killer today. I'm not going to get into it, but fly spray today is absolutely shocking. Mine love it. I might as well spray air freshener at them. It does no good at all, fly killer. They've took all the chemicals out of it so we don't kill it. Yeah, PL258 was the small one. PL259, I think, was the bigger one, wasn't it? From memory. But yeah, PL259. I used to put... we used to upgrade the power transistors in them quite often for people as well with a 1969, I think it was. Yeah, sure, a 1969 transistor. Normally on these keyboards, on hinges, you'll get an arrow pointing to where you need to put the screw. This being Huawei and Chinese, it's backwards. So you don't put the screw where the arrow is, even though there's an arrow. You put it in every other hole apart from the one with the arrow on. So please don't use this in your normal life because your wife will shout at you. But yes, so we don't put it in the arrowed hole. 3 months now. But got to do it for the book. Oh, right. Yeah. He's still in hospital, Ozzy. Oh, no. Well, I'm just glad to hear from you because I was getting a bit worried that I did ask around and not anybody had heard. So glad to still see you're
You're still waking up every morning. And always nice to have you tuning in as well. It's traumatizing, isn't it, being in hospital that length of time? Yeah, it's as much as they do a lot. They're never nice places. I've been in hospital myself for some duration, when I had a heart attack and a stroke and whatnot, and yeah, they're not. I was fortunate; I were out within a shorter period of time, a week to 10 days, I think it was. But yeah, 3 months. I can only empathise with the situation. That's something at my door. No, it's never a good thing. So we've got all the screws in here, and we will see how well this hinge opens up. Voila! Look at that, perfect. And the only thing you can see from this side, I know you've got two little screws, but you've got a little screw there, a little screw there. But importantly, we now have a mechanical fixing bond. Chances of that breaking are slim, because if you break that, you're breaking the top itself. One used RG8 cable, big cone, and RG58. That could be it, yes. Sharky, hello. Hello, Sharky. Good afternoon. Yeah, the low loss coax, which was like 3 times thicker. I remember having to buy a load of that as well, and I think I bought about 60 meters of it, and it weighed an absolute ton, and I mean an absolute ton. It was just so heavy compared to standard stuff. And I had a Superstar 360, I had a Cobra 148 GTL DX, and I modified them both. I had a Uniden 200, and I had a Lincoln. I can't remember now what I had. Lincoln something or other. Weren't really into it at that stage, so I didn't really keep that too long. I'm going to get some screws out of my screw box, because we are missing a few screws on here. Home inside. Have they give you a time span, Ozzy, to when you might be back home then? President Lincoln, that's it. Yeah, I didn't really do much with that, if I'm being honest. I was going to go for my amateur radio license with that, a bit like Uncle Sovereign, but never really got into it to that degree. So yeah, didn't really bother that much. But used to fit mid-band chips to Unidens, and I'm trying to think of other brand, Cybernet, and they were Amstrads and people like that, Motorola and whatnot. But yeah, Audio Line, Uniden, they were two which I preferred working on. Yeah, you used to fit mid-band to them as well. Roger bleeps for people as well. Beep boop. And they let go of button. Beep boop. Used to irritate everybody on channel. Crikey, how times have changed. How times have changed. That were the rage though, weren't it, back in late 70s, to have things like that. I don't know if it was I think it was probably publicised a bit with things like Smoking the Bandit, because obviously they were more brought it more to forefront, weren't it? Oh, yeah, right, let's just turn this on. We have power.
We'll just leave that to boot. Got a power light at least, which is always nice to have. I need to put it on charge. Oh no, it's coming on. We'll let it carry on booting, but because it's just doing a training exercise. And we have full picture. Very pastel. Bob, what was the painter called who used to be on TV? Bob somebody or other. Painting with Bob Gray, was it? No. You know what I mean, with beard. He's made a comeback, hasn't he? He's got a YouTube channel with something like I don't know, 190 million people watching him. It's crazy. And they just transmit the old videos of him painting with a bit of, and he used to whisper down the microphone like this. We use a bit of Alpine white and a bit of Sunset magenta yellow. And he'd kind of talk like that, wouldn't he? You wouldn't have a clue what it was. That's my call sign. GL7JB. Oh! Mine was... I never had one on amateur radio. I had one on, on CB for DXing, which were Yankee Hotel 27. You've just gone to rehab. Cobra 148 GTL DX was one of the ones I had. Also popular, I've seen... yeah. I think I bought mine for about £90 and I modded it. I did quite a lot. I put variable power on it. I put switchable bleep. I put UK40 EEPROM in it, so you could actually have 1 to 40 rather than having to use mid-band and high. I think it was high frequency. I can't remember. And things like that. And so on. And I sold it for about, I think about 130, 140, something like that. But I was looking on eBay. They sell for like 250, 300 quid now, don't they? Happy Trip, Bob Ross. That was it. Bob Ross. I still have CB next to you. Do you ever turn it on? Snack Pot and Hot Cows was my CB radio. Snack Hot Cows. Crikey. That's where the Hot Cows come from. Oh, we've got a message on. We've got a bot on first time chatter. There we go. Bro, just wanted to some real love for your streams because you're generally got crazy potential and I'd love to connect with you, a top Twitch streamer. Thousands of live viewers and over thousands of... You're not a bot at all, are you? Yeah. You're not a bot at all, you. Should we pin that message? Click reply. How do we ban people? And manage suspicious use. Yeah, that'll go. Restrict. There we go. We now restrict. I don't know what else I can do on there. Sorry if you're on Twitch for that spam botter on there. Put that back. Oh, getting hotter in this office. Oh. Let's shut this down because we have finished with this. Close. We've got so many. I've still got the BIOS programming software open on my computer. That's no good, is it? YouTube Studio. And yeah, if you've not checked out the this morning's video, which is the I think that this morning's video is the full review of all the products, and then there will be a review of individual ones coming up as well. So there's the unboxing today, and then there's a kind of full review on that one coming up. Right, just let me have a look at this.
there. Hello. And that one. No. Right, guys, I am gonna. I've got no other working at the moment. So what I'll do, if you've not hit that like, please do so. If you feel free to, or if you want to join it again, please hit subscribe. It's free to do so. I've got no other working at the moment. This was my last one for today, and I was just looking. I've got some other emails coming through, but they're dropping off tomorrow. So we are gonna. I'm going to call it for this one, which is good because I'm absolutely cooking. I'll put a redirect onto Swindon to Andy if you're on YouTube. So please go over there, show Andy some love as well. We'll drop a PCDD raid on Twitch. I've got nobody to raid on Twitch. There's nobody about on Twitch for me to raid. So I don't know who I could possibly go to on there for you guys. So I'll just have to end it on Twitch. But thank you, whether you've been on Twitch or whether you've been on YouTube. Enjoy the sun. If I get some jobs in, I might stream tomorrow. If not, probably one day next week. Just be careful in the sun because it is really, really hot. Thank you so much for everybody for watching. Thank you so much for everybody who's helped and participated. And I'll let you know how we go with that Samsung because we might actually revisit that back on a stream if the customer wants the thumbprint reader. So that might be an interesting one if we replace that and it gets working. But Spartan might be looking for a BIOS for me as well, so we might revisit it on that. So I'll keep you updated and just ask on next stream you catch me. But anyway, guys, have a good one. Take care of yourself. See you all later. Thanks a lot. Bye bye now.